fellas will take a bow, but metal hearts will never yield. In the virtual arena we own the field. We own the field. People tune in watching the fight, their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never scoff. Raise our arms, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas, living the dream. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never scoff. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas, living the dream. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas, living the dream. In the spotlight, they rise to fame. Finest fellas, remember the name. Guitars blazing, they rock the scene. Streaming glory, living the dream. Charging up, can't bring us down.
Hey there guys, what's going on? It's Finest Fellas here. Welcome back to another live stream on the channel. We're still doing our Vanguard Combat Patrol, Vanguard Combat Patrol even. And we're still working away. Now, we have finished the Eliminators and the Suppressors. They're all now sat in their box and waiting for the decals to be done. So they're all sitting over there. Now, we just gotta finish these guys. They need their finishing touches, they need their highlights, they need their fancy bits, they need their shades and washes and all that shit done to them. So that's gonna be done today. One other thing that I'm hoping to get around to today is working on the knife for my lieutenant here in Phobos armor. Now I want to give him like the magma blade sort of thing. That'll be an interesting experiment for me, as I've never really done one before, but I'm gonna give it a shot. I'm gonna pull up a guide on my computer there, and we're gonna try our best to to follow that guide. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. Worst thing that'll happen is it doesn't go very well. Let's sort this paper out in here. It's all creased up for some reason. There we go. Right. So, let's take a few of these guys out and have a look and see what we need to do. Shades is obviously a thing we need to do with these guys. When I say take a few of them out, we end up taking them all out, but you know, whatever. Right. So let's have a little look at these guys. So I did all the lenses already, and I still think the lenses need a little bit of something. Maybe like a drop of white or something in there just to make them really pop, but overall I'm quite happy with the lenses. Maybe some Dark Reaper on the pouches and bolt guns in places. Obviously need to do the purity seals. I need to do the metal shades. I need to finish that leather up down there. That seems to be missing a spot. Well, apart from that, that guy's looking pretty decent. So just going to take a look at a few others. Again, leather, purity seal. That needs some gold on it because that's not done very well. It didn't dry very nicely. The metals need touched up on this. Holy crap. There's a load of gold on the back. How in God's name did that happen? We have all this gold on the back. That's a nightmare. That's not good. Okay. No idea how I'm going to fix that. Okay, it seems to be the same steps I need to do for most of these guys. I need to sort the smoke out on his grenade to finish that smoke. The metals on this guy are actually looking pretty decent. Oh, that really frustrates me. How the hell did we get all that gold on the back of that one dude? That's really annoying. Look, somehow I managed to get gold all on the back of this guy. That's gonna piss me off. This guy needs his brown leathers done, so we'll need to work on that. I think I might leave the Phobos Lieutenants last. This guy needs his medical device done. Leathers touched up. Metals again. Yep. This guy, we need to do something about that computer on his arm. I don't know if you guys can see it there, but that computer needs something done to it. Metals, leather touch-ups. Yeah, I think it's the same for most of these guys. I'm just making sure there's no more like gold sitting on any of my guys. That's really annoying me. How the hell did that happen? And that's not blue I can easily replicate again either. That's quite annoying. I have no idea how that happened. I need to try and fix that. That's my first thing to do. I need to try and fix that. Blarg. Shit. The only thing I can think of is going over with Macragge Blue, Calgar, Macragge Blue, Teclis Blue, and then maybe just make a small mix of my Talisar to do that. But that's annoying. Longinius, what's going on, man? Hello, everyone from Atlanta. Hello. How are you? Blueberries be gone. No, we like our blueberries. They're good lads. Oh, it's my first coffee of the day, guys. Oh, that hits right. Oh, you know when your favorite hot drink is that perfect temperature? Oh my God, yes, more. Oh. Right, let's get to work, kids. So, Macragge Blue. Go that way, delete that. I need my Teclis Blue. I need my Talisar Blue. I need my Lamian Medium. Ta-ta. Paint recipe. Ugh. I was not expecting to have to redo armor today. I thought it was all going to be touch-up work today, guys. Never mind. But how you do today, Longinius? You alright, mate? How's the family? How is everyone? Hope you're all well. Get a nice point on that again. It's a cheap brush, so not too worried about it. There we go. Right, let's start with the Macragge Blue then. Oh, it's so funny. Peter, what's going on, man? I told you last week you touched him with the brush last week. The thumb just went on the barrel. Oh, is that when I did it? Oh, I'm sorry, dude. I must have missed that comment. I must have missed that. It's okay. I'm hoping I can fix it. Thankfully, it's in a localized area and it's not all over the damn miniature. So, I'm hoping I can fix it. Let's see. Get one of my shit brushes out. I think everyone should have like a small collection of shit brushes that they can use as tools and scoop and paint and all that jazz. But this is very much one of my shit synthetic brushes that I am quite brutal on, if I'm perfectly honest. Very, very brutal. I don't know if you guys managed to see the pictures of my finished eliminators and suppressors, but here we go. That's the suppressor sergeant with a homemade base. Got him all finished up. He's not had his decals done yet or anything. I'm also planning on putting some barbed wire and like circling it around this column just to make it a bit more interesting. I'm also thinking about adding some bolter holes and stuff like that just to make it a bit more interesting. But overall, very happy with the suppressor sergeant. We got one of the eliminators. I managed to get done, got the whole camo cloak going and everything. Quite happy with how that turned out. Only thing I would say, as a little tidbit to myself, is I might use more vibrant colors on the camo cloak next time, because it's very, well, what's the word I'm trying to use here? It's not very obvious, it's very subtle, you know? But apart from that, oh, we also need to touch up that little metal bit in there. But apart from that, that is the look for the suppressor. And the other is, sorry, not suppressor, eliminator. But you know, that's those 6 all finished up, so we're working on what's left of the combat patrol. Once that's all done, guys, we'll have a whole stream to itself to work on the transport. No idea what I'm going to do for the base on that. You can gently scrape it off. Nah, I'm going to paint it. It's going well this Mother's Day. How about y'all? Oh, is it Mother's Day in America? Oh, we had Mother's Day ages ago, bud. Ages ago. Over here in Britannia. It's a bit thin. That's still too thin. Come on, baby. That's way too thin. What the fuck? There we go. Right. I would rather do it in, not as thin as it was on the palette there, but this thin. So this like glazing on the blue again, and just going over it layer by layer. Then I'll just neaten it up with the other colors after I've done a few shades of that. There's actually a good chance to see if there's any other areas that need blue. Not so much. No, not really. I don't know what to do about the eyes. That's one thing I will say, guys. The eyes, I have no idea what I'm going to do about that. Because the, I don't really think I've got a brush I can achieve eyes with very well. For the metal touch-ups, I think I'll just go back and use some more lead belcher and hopefully finish this up and get rid of it, because I'll be ordering the Army Painter Metallics line. And hopefully that'll replace all of my metals, because I will say that this time around painting, the Citadel metals have not done the job for me. So the camera's going to go funny while I'm sat here vibrating away. Long and Peter both saying they look great. Thanks, man. They don't have their decals on yet. But yeah, I think they look good. I'm quite happy with them. That's all that matters really at the end of the day. My small company of Space Marines is coming together. Ever so slowly. And I kind of figured, since I don't really play the game that much, and if I do, it'll be smaller games, you know, I'll probably only ever have a company strength of Marines. I don't want to have like a massive army of Marines or anything. That's the kind of direction I'm going. So if I got to like 1,000 points, maybe just over 1,000 points of Marines of a certain chapter, I'd probably go and start painting. If I really wanted to paint more Marines, you know, I'd start painting a different chapter up. Right. Let's have a look. So yeah, some of these metals didn't dry very nice. That's one thing I've never had a trouble with. I don't know if it's maybe because the paints are older, or if it's just because the pots are running out, or whatever the case may be. But this time around, guys, the metal paints really haven't been performing as well as they usually have for me, so I'm quite irritated about that. Especially when all you want to do is just smash through your models, get them done. But never mind. Because it seems to have dried very patchy. Despite a lot of these metals getting like 2+ layers. There you go, look. So much blue showing through, it's crazy. But yeah, never mind. The smallest brush you have, dip in Agrax Shade, do a small dab in each eye socket. Of what? Agrax Earthshade? Do I not need to do, like, pupils or anything? Or do you think that Agrax would work fine? Yeah, look, on the bolt gun here, it's dried so shit. And the Black Legion as well on this bolt gun. I'm so surprised why it's turned out so bad. I might have to go and get the Black Legion out again and just go over this whole bolt gun. It's dried so badly. I can't even begin to describe it, guys. I was quite tempted, though. I was recommended by, was it Stroheim? Was it Stroheim that recommended it to me? While playing some of the Warhammer game. It's that, Baldur's Gate version of Warhammer. What's it called? Trader something. Rogue Trader. He recommended to me to play that, so I'm quite interested in it. Although he did say it was a lot of reading, and I'll be perfectly honest, guys, I'm not in a reading mood. Not much. Not much these days. If I want to read, I've got Warhammer books I need to read. I don't want to have to read a game. Alright, let's do just another layer of that McCrag. Just to get rid of what's left of that gold peeping through. Eye socket already has a light color from the skin color. The shade will make it look like a human eye from anywhere further than 15 inches. That's fine by me, dude. I'll take that. I'll take that. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm kind of bugged by that Black Legion. I need to get some more. I've got some sitting right here, actually. I'm just going to go over that bolt gun black again. Because that's bugging me. That's dried so badly. Like, this time around, guys, I've had so much more issues with the paints, and I have no idea why. We got Jeremy Lyons in here. What's going on, man? How are you today, Jeremy? Just mix up that Black Legion a bit with the Vortex mixer. Pop. And we're just going to go back over the blacks because it's dried really crap. Again, it's like where I tried to put the metal on the bolt gun, but I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to go over the whole bolt gun bit again with the black, right? And then highlight the metals once again. Because there's a lot of areas here where it's open through with blue, or it shouldn't be. In the undercoat. Slightly, but that's fine. It's right. I also missed the gold skull on this guy's bolt gun. so bad on the other side. Also missed the black skull on that side. Okay. Thankfully, it's nice and warm in here, so the paints are drying quite well. Let's see. Peter's saying Rogue Trader is very replayable, and while half of it is turn-based combat, the other half of the game is dialogue, aka reading. I mean, it's not the worst combo ever. Alright, let's get that metal again. Alright, that's still drying, it's fine. So let's just go over these highlight bits. I don't know how well you're going to be able to see it in the camera, guys. I'm just prioritizing getting this done more than anything. These are stages that should have been done a while ago. You know what? I will try to paint an incursor too. Go on, then. I think this is an infiltrator. My incursor, the incursors, I think, are the ones with the skull masks, aren't they? Or am I wrong? Now he's got some metal bits on his head, but I'm going to switch to a smaller brush for it. This one. Because he's got some service studs in his head, by the looks of it. Actually, I don't think they are service studs, because I thought service studs were meant to be on the forehead. I don't know what these studs are. Yeah, because I was convinced that service studs were on the forehead. There's like this wire going on the back of his head there. Just gotta be very careful with this bit. Then, whilst I still can, I need to replace these shit brushes. These a wet brush to just get rid of those little metal dabs on the inside. Lovely. Right, that's his metal sorted. He needs his leathers sorted. By the looks of things. Right, how's that blue looking? Blue's looking fine. So let's mix up some Teclis. It's acting like it's never been opened before. So it's definitely Teclis glue I used. What? I'm so sure it was Teclis. Oh, fuck me. Different pot. Oh, I'm such an idiot. I just opened up a new pot for no reason. What an idiot. There we go. Never mind. Don't need that big of a dry brush. Let's use this one. Okay, dry brushing doesn't seem to be doing the same effect as it did last time. Try to be as gentle as possible. No, it's not having the same effect. It's gonna be one of those days, guys, where my paints just will not work with me. Doesn't actually look that bad. I might not go back over it with the Talisar. I might just leave it. I'll see how it looks like when it dries. Frankie! What's going on, Frankie? Alright, on to the next colour that needs touching up is the leather. Oh, see there. And for that, we were using German Grey from Vallejo. What are you up to, Frankie? How's your day going? Somebody over there fell over. Oh, dead. Oh, Frankie, I did look at your message, by the way. You were saying about the using some Ard coat before applying the transfers. I don't actually have any Ard coat. The one that I think I've got is the Storm Shield varnish, called Storm Shield. I don't actually have, well, I do have Micro Set and Micro Sol. I don't know if that helps. I do have those. I'm trying to get these things to close sometimes. Strand's also here. Everyone shut up at the same time. I think the notification just got out. How's everyone doing? we go. Just touching up all the bits that didn't stick last time, guys. His metal's okay looking now, that's fine. Okay. Any of the other leather that needs done, let's have a look. Yeah, we missed that whole bottom bit there. It's fine. Oh, I didn't realize I was way off camera. How are we looking now? That better? That's better. That's fine. No, he's good. How about this guy? Nope, I can already tell from this distance you need more. It's fine. Don't understand how... I think... Do you know what I think it is? I think it's because these were the models that were stripped. And somehow, during the process, it's made the paint stick to it less effectively, because I never had this problem before. That's the conclusion I've come down to. Now, I'm taking some creative liberty with this particular model, guys. This is the medic model. Now, this satchel on the right-hand side here, this one where my brush is meant to be kind of like a white medic bag. I'm not going to do it that way, because I'm not redoing that whole thing in white. What I will do instead is I'll highlight the buttons and stuff with the gold. And stuff like that, and I'll add a bit more to it just to flash out as a medic's bag, but I'm not going back over the whole damn thing. I've also missed the white for his purity seal. Doing a lot of work to these guys. Don't know how we've missed so much stuff doing them. Your leathers are done. Those might work well enough. Games Workshop paints satin though, matte paints don't let decals set well though. Okay, well, it's all Games Workshop paints where the decals are gonna go, bud. I missed the red stripe on there. Oh my god, how have we missed so much detail? Like, legit. Like, we missed the red stripe there. We missed that guy's purity seal. Like, look, we got a red stripe on one of his grenades, but we missed it on that one. Like, what the fuck? Honestly. That's just mysterious. How have I managed to do this? It's mostly on the edges here of the model where the paint is kind of dried and not really sat to the edges very well. Very strange. Right, your purity seals are done. So what else do you need to do? You need your washes. And you need your bolt gun and Dark Reaper bits done. Yeah, okay. How many more purity seals have I missed? Let's starting a bet down. How many purity seals do Find has missed? That metal needs redone. Doesn't matter what pose I'm sat into paint. camera's never in a good position. How about that? Too far away? How about that? That's a bit better, I guess. He just needs a bit of Techless Blue to tidy that up because that's a bit messy in there. Yeah. Went slightly over on the metals on that bit, but that's fine. Have some more coffee, I'm gonna need it. Oh. Strand's thinking I've missed 3 in total. Alright, any more bets? Any more bets? Strand's putting 3 down. So far it's 1. I haven't noticed any others, but I will be honest and let you know. Frankie's going 5. 5 before the mast. And I've just noticed my microphone is facing the wrong damn way, so that's probably been the worst audio quality of the whole stream. I don't know if you guys can tell, I was not prepared for today's stream. I've been feeling really groggy and tired the whole weekend. And I've not been feeling 100%. I wouldn't say I've been feeling ill, but just lethargic and groggy. So I didn't really do much over the weekend, apart from when I was with my kid. And today, I'm just so low energy. I've got no energy, so it's going to be a bit of a mess all over the place today. But I needed to get some painting done. This project needs to get finished. Because I want to get that tank done, and then I want to move on to Leviathan. That is the goal. That's what I want to do. I want to get those Tyranids started. Gotta get some bug boys. And you know what, guys? I don't think I'm going to buy the 11th edition box. I've sat down and had a think about it. And I don't think I'm gonna actually go ahead with my pre-order. Because as much as I love the new Orc models, right? As much as I love them, they look great. They're fantastic, and I think they're amazing additions for the Orcs. But I don't play Orcs. And I don't think I'll ever play Orcs. And on top of that, you know, apart from having them as a cool painting experience, they're just going to gather dust. So I don't really want the Orc side of things. All the rules and the deck cards and the mission stuff, you can get those all separately if you really need them. You know, and there's, out of the Marines, I really couldn't care less about the Land Speeder as much as I think it looks cool. I'm not really interested in getting more Intercessors. You know, the only things out of the Marines that look cool for me were the guys with the heavy bolters and the chaplain. That was it. Just those 2 units. And they'll be sold separately. No doubt. So, I don't really think I'm going to get the 11th edition box after all that. Especially when I was told how much it was going to be roughly, like in the £200. I'm like, no. For £200, I could buy loads of guard models that I really want to get done, more Tyranids, more Space Marine specific models I want to get. You know, I could get so much more things that I'm actually going to get some use out of. But yeah, I don't know, guys. I don't think I'm gonna go for the 11th edition box. Oh, that's better. I thought the music was just up high. I'm so sorry, dude. The microphone was facing completely the other way. I need more coffee. This is where I wish I had a partner. I could just shout through the flat black, babe, make us another coffee, will you love, please? You know, but it's just little old me. Actually, who was it that suggested it in the stream? I don't know who it was that suggested I get me one of those, French press coffee machine things in here. I just need to get myself a kettle, which I've got plenty of outlets, and I could, once my desk in this room is sorted out, I could get a kettle, a little French press, and just sit here with some good coffee. That's not a bad idea. I've been looking into it. I've been looking at coffee brands. I actually have as well. That's the sad part. I actually have been looking at coffee brands specific for that. Okay, all the leathers are looking good. The metals are looking good for the most part. Didn't look at the Phobos Lieutenant, though, and I've knocked me... Come back over here, you. Yes, look into my eyes. Whilst I knock over all my miniatures. Look at me! That's such a big base. Right, so he's got the brown leather, which I'm gonna need to do something with. You need all your shading done, you need your highlights done. That leather needs to have its, glazing done. My brain's not working. It's not working! I want to sort this visor out. Yeah, he just needs stuff. Okay. Alright. Who is it that was saying about Agrax Earthshade? Just getting a small dip of Agrax Earthshade in the eye sockets, yeah? I can do that bit now and see how it looks. I only painted one model out of Leviathan. Only one model! Which one was it, dude? Which model did you end up going for? Peter, seems to be a sentiment of many people as far as 11th box goes. Like, don't get me wrong, I like the box. I think it looks really, really cool. But I got Leviathan for £150, right? 72 miniatures. All really cool miniatures, and a lot of paper shit in there. I'm not getting anywhere near 72 miniatures for 11th edition box. And I'm getting a whole bunch of paper elements that will be cheap enough to buy separately as is. As far as a model count for the box, I'm not really interested. Frankie, I won half the Marines and all of the Orcs. So I'm getting the 11th box, which is fair. Peter, try it, and if it goes wrong, you can easily remove it. Try what? I painted the Ballistus Dread right away, and the rest sit in a pile. I don't blame you, dude. I don't blame you. But I'm really looking forward to doing my Tyranids. Alright, somebody said Agrax for the eyes, so let me go and mix some of this old Agrax Earthshade. And actually, do you know what? That old recipe for Null Oil is still amazing. Because I tried one of my suppressors with the old Null Oil, and it looked amazing. But then I tried another one with the new Null Oil, and it looked shit. So that old Null Oil is fucking gold right now. Fucking gold, it really is. And I don't have much of the old stuff left. It's worth its value per milliliter, that stuff. There you go, that's good enough mix. Like, how much of the old Null Oil have I got left? 2 little pots? Yeah, I've got 2 little pots of open Null Oil left. One of them is almost dry. This one's almost done. This one's got about half left. There's liquid gold. Like, compared to the new Null Oil you get. Like, yeah, you get more of it, and it's more expensive, but it's a much weaker shade. I was doing eyeballs. I was doing eyeball, man. Use my little brush for that. The thing is with this brush, it doesn't hold much. I feel like he needs proper eyes. And I don't like his hair. Do you know what? I do have a bunch of old Space Marine heads. That what I might try and do off camera is get good at painting heads. Because I'm sick of the way I'm doing heads right now. Like, they're convincing enough at a distance. Like, holding it from here, you can tell that's a Space Marine with that helmet on. You hold it a bit closer to get it in focus, right? And you're like, yeah, it's a Space Marine. But I want to do Space Marine heads properly. And I'm not doing Titus or Calgar until I can do that properly. So I've got a bunch of the paints. I've got a whole bunch of flesh tones up there. And I'm gonna practice Space Marine heads until I can get it right to a set standard that I really like. And you know what? I might just do a painting stream one day of that, just doing Space Marine heads, doing some practice. Right, that's the Agrax bit done. Strand saying issue with the 11th box is if you compare it to older ones, they aren't really adding much that's new, just resculpts. Well, I disagree with that actually, because they're adding the new Marines with the heavy bolters. They're adding that new land speeder. Chaplain with jump pack. They're adding the new knob units, and they look really good. Yes, they're resculpted, but they are new in a sense that they look brand new. You know, they're adding that big orc walker, a new version of their war truck. You know, the weird boy, yes, it's a resculpt, but it's also, it looks brand new because it's so well, it's such a glow up for it, you know? So actually, I respectfully disagree with that. I think they've done enough new bits with it, but the box doesn't hold much value for me because I'm not really interested in more Marines and, you know, the orcs. I think the orcs look great, and I love them. I love what they've brought out for the orcs, but not enough for me to start collecting them. And I have to start being a little bit more selective with my purchases, guys, because I did some finances. Yay! I did some finances and realized that my budget for hobbying is going to get much, much smaller. Okay, so good times. Right, what was the next step I was going to do? We did the eyes. Where's my little protective shield thingy? It's gone, isn't it? Where's it gone? My desk is not that big. Come on. I've lost it. Oh. I didn't want to lose that. It's keeping my brushes safe. Did anyone see where I threw that bit of plastic? It's gone. Right, I'm just going to keep this brush safe over here out the way for now until I find that bit of plastic. That's really annoying. It was right here. Right, Null Oil. Speaking of Null Oil, which one was the one that was almost run out? Not that one. That one, I can actually barely feel it moving in there. It It might be gone already. We got some. Okay. I'm going to start doing the washes on them. So not that brush. Oh, that one. But yeah, I mean, if I was to start collecting orcs, guys, then it would be a great box for me. But I never plan on it. I want to update my guard army. Finish off my company of marines. I would like to finish off my Tau combat patrol. And then I would very much like to... Oh, Strand. What was that faction I said to you the other day I wanted to try painting? I've completely forgotten what it was. Tyranids! I want to get a Tyranid army going. At least a decent swarm. A decent swarm of Tyranids going. Oh, excuse me. As far as, like, dabbling is concerned, it would be combat patrols. You know, if I was to dabble with another race, I'd maybe try getting a combat patrol of them to start with and painting up their combat patrol. Like, I've never painted a Necron. I've never done it. And if I was to paint Necrons, I'd probably get, like, a Necron combat patrol. And, maybe try it out. But I will be honest, I do feel the Necron way of painting is going to get old fast. I wouldn't mind trying to paint some Sisters of Battle. Although I feel that's going to be very Space Marine-y, like not too different from painting Space Marines. Because they're obviously clad in like power armor. They have their own pattern of bolt guns. And the Repentia, I would struggle with, obviously because of the skin tones. And they got a lot of war suits and tanks. Actually, what was that flying unit they've got? Like their version of Assault Marines. Is it the Seraphims? Or Seraphims, or whatever you want to call them. They'd be interesting. The fuck is this music? I do not like this one. I hope that track changes very quickly. I don't like this. Nope, I don't like it. It's annoying me. Nope. I'm changing the playlist. I don't like it. Stop. Stop. There we go. Lo-fi music. That'll do. It says it's... I hope it's not that sleepy the whole way through. I'm painting the orcs with my older daughter. She wanted them. If it's cool, I'll buy a bunch of trucks and bikes and make the red ones go faster. Yes! Go on, son! Oh, that's cool. Like, yeah, my kid, unfortunately, has taken less of an interest in painting recently. So I was hoping to get some more painting done with my kid, but yeah, never mind. There's way too much on there. Need to start going through all these dudes and getting the metal wash done. I reckon I can get these finished in today's stream. Maybe not the decals, but I think I can get the rest of them finished. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with this guy's wrist-mounted computer. I haven't decided yet. But yeah, me and my kid had started doing the old boxes for Star Wars Legion. And we built together a the Empire versus the Rebellion box. And when I say we built it, she built it. You know, I was just there to help her hold the bits together that she was a bit afraid that she'd break her toys with. So I was just like, okay, I'll hold them together for you, babe. And she's like, okay, thanks, Dad. But yeah, so she hasn't really been too interested in painting them, unfortunately. To be fair, when I get to see my kid, she just wants to be lazy. Which is fine by me, because she has such a busy week with her mum. You know, she has school, and all these activities, and like, I don't think there's like maybe one day where she doesn't have activities to do in the evening before then she has to go home, bed, ready for school the next day. So when she gets to come over with me on the weekend, she just wants to relax. She doesn't really want to do anything, and I totally get that. Like, I'm totally there for that. It's just like, yeah, it's all good. Just chill. She just wants to eat junk food and chill out with her old man. I won't lie to you boys, I'm all there for that. It's a good weekend in my books. Although, ladies and gents, wish me well, I'm going to attempt to negotiate for more time with my kid. Drastic measures, I know, but I will be attempting to negotiate for more time with my daughter. So yeah, I'm gonna need all the luck I can get on that one, lads. Like, God forbid I ask for more time, you know what I mean? And no new comments. Sick. I can just keep painting then. Ha ha ha. In fact, I'm gonna go make another coffee here in a minute. Hey, Strand is already in the chat. I didn't even look at the Discord. He's already in there. What's up, bitch?
Hello.
Hello. I was just saying to the stream, I was just like, oh, I'm gonna ask Strand if he wants to go and have a chat, but I didn't even look at the Discord. He's already sat in the chat.
Yeah, well, your stream's a bit lagged. Yeah.
It's got a delay on it. It's not like my Twitch.
Yeah, no, YouTube's got a bigger delay.
Yeah.
I noticed that when I did the stream. So you hadn't got that far before you joined the chat.
What was that, sorry?
You hadn't got that far in what you were saying before you joined the chat.
Yeah.
I'm just in the process of priming all of the Titan.
Did you decide on a color scheme for them?
Not really. I'll do my usual orc bullshit when it comes to that.
You're just gonna throw colors at it until it sticks and be like, yep, that's the one I want.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, no, what I was saying with the 11th edition in terms of new models is, like, if you look at some of the older big box sets, like when they've launched them, there's been more like actually new models, like not been seen before ones. With this one, there's a couple of new ones. There's like 3 or 4 new ones or so, but most of it's new models in as much as resculpts, rather than new models as in new additions to the armies.
Okay, so with that one, I see your point.
That's what I was getting at with that.
Yeah, I see your point now that you've said it that way, sure. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong, but it's also the miniature count is a lot smaller.
Yeah, there's less miniatures. There's less things that are actually new to Warhammer, but they're kind of rehashing the older models. Which, to be fair, some of the older models they did need that resculpt.
Yeah, like their
Like,
orc
especially
boys
the
were
orc.
not as fearsome. You know, you think what orc boys are, it's like, holy shit, they must be really scary. And then you look at them, it's like, oh, not so much.
Yeah, but them looking like goofy little fuckers kind of benefits them as well, because it's like, oh, they're not that scary. Oh my god, it's eating my face.
Right.
Kind of. Whereas you look at like a tiny Tyranid, it's like, that looks fucking horrifying. Kill it now.
Oh, it looks like a dog. All the guards were like, kill it!
Kill it before it explodes.
Mm. I was actually listening to one of those stories. I don't know if it was your Voldemort guy, but I was listening to one of the Warhammer stories. And it was about like these guardsmen located on an agri planet, witnessing their planet just being consumed slowly. And it was about how the guard weren't actually defeated in the traditional military sense of defeat. Like, a lot of the people who survived the onslaughts and stuff, the Tyranids ended up using, like, altered pheromones to then make them lose all fight or flight response, and to convince them that walking into these harvesting pools was the right thing to do. And it's just like, what the actual fuck? They've survived onslaughts and onslaughts of bioforms, right? And this is all coming from the report and documentation of one guy who survived it all until he died of oxygen deprivation inside a chimera. You know, so he witnessed the whole thing and laid like a report of it on a data slate. And they survived their planet from being spores to small bioforms, little skirmishes, then fighting on the front lines. You know, then, you know, having to use heavier weapons against larger bioforms, getting whittled down in numbers slowly. You know, it wasn't like a full battalion of guard or anything. It was a fairly small force of guard on this agri world. And, you know, falling back to this, I don't remember what they called it, like some granary or something, where they had, like, a whole bunch of civilians they needed to protect. And it was under assault by Tyranids, but in the end, you know, the guard put up so much of a fight where they just altered the pheromones and made people, you know, just walk into these pools.
Tyranids like, fuck this, suicide.
Yeah, it was insane. And they let out the perils of the warp scream in that little audio story as well, which I thought was great. And it was like, the one person it broke worse than anyone else was the Commissar. Because his blind faith and devotion was the very thing that made him lose his damn mind when that peril of the warp went off. And I was just like, that has got to be some bullshit. Like, fucking Jesus.
Yeah, I was
So,
watching
was good.
that Voldemort guy review of the 11th edition.
You're dead quiet, mate. You're like talking through a sock.
It's probably because my microphone's got the things on it, and then my it's got all the settings set up on it, and my fucking airbrush is making a noise. Yeah, I was listening to the Voldemort talking about his thoughts on the 11th edition box.
Oh yeah, what's he saying?
He said that it's just not. His opinion of it is it's just not exciting. Like, he's been excited. He was saying he's excited for other stuff,
Yeah.
but this he's just not. Partly because of the lack of a lot of anything new. Like, new sculpts, great, perfect. But he said much the same sort of thing as sort of I was thinking as well. It was like, when you look at the older boxes, and like you said, when you look at the older boxes, there's less models in this one, and they're not bringing anything new to the game, really. There's like a couple of them, but for the most part, it's just
That Daka
Resculpts.
rig for the orcs is about the only super impressive thing about the whole box.
yeah. You got the Daka rig, which is new. You got, I think it's is it the librarian or whatever his name, whatever he is.
We have other librarians, so it's not that
Yeah,
big of a
but
deal.
that particular one is technically new.
Yeah,
But
it's a
other than that,
different pose, shall we say, of a librarian. Sure.
yeah, other than that, they haven't really, other than the line of heavy bolter squad, they haven't really brought anything that's particularly groundbreaking.
See, I was personally hoping, since we know that the Vestroya are coming back for the Guard, I would have been more excited had they done like a whole new line of Armageddon Steel Legion Astra Militarum in that launch box with those new tanks and stuff. You know, being set in Armageddon and having new sculpts for the Armageddon Steel Legion.
So one of the things that he was saying that I personally don't know anything about, but I'll take your word for it at the moment, is that like they're going back to obviously Armageddon, but like his thing was
Again.
Why? Yeah, his thing was like why? Because Games Workshop have come out and said themselves that they believe that anyone who joins the hobby, say today, will probably be gone in 2 years.
Wow.
Like majority of them, they reckon that it's about a 70% of everyone who will join the hobby will be gone within 2 years of joining it, and they just kind of drop in and out periodically. So, from their own statistics, there isn't enough people to warrant going back to Armageddon and releasing all these things. Going, remember this stuff? We've done something that, like the nostalgia. They're marketing for nostalgia. But they've said themselves, by their own analytics, nostalgia is a pointless thing to market for because 70% of your base that would remember it doesn't exist. And if that is the case, it's like, yeah, it doesn't make sense. And they were saying, like he was saying about all these other wars and all this other storyline and stuff that's going in, that it doesn't make sense to go back to Armageddon when there are so many more stories to be told. But also, sort of, Games Workshop doesn't seem to be able to make up its mind on how it wants to market the game, because when they first released it, it wasn't a story. It was a sandbox that you played in, and you could do whatever the fuck you wanted. And then they added story, but they still maintain that it's not a story-driven thing. But then release stories and base things on stories, making it a story-driven thing. It's like, pick one.
Yeah, make your mind up.
Either it's a sandbox or it's a story. You can have a story-driven sandbox, but at that point, you need to be a bit more lenient with what's going on. It's kind of they kind of seem to, depends on who's in the office on what particular marketing meeting, and whether it's a story-driven one or if it's a sandbox.
Let's see. That's fair enough, Frankie. But yeah, holy shit, that's awesome. Sounds like Voldemort. I don't know if it was Voldemort, Frankie, but I will definitely go through my watch history and post it on my Discord, because it's definitely worth a listen. It is really cool. It's something different, you know, to listen to for like Guard versus Tyranids. Usually it depicts these massive, insane battles with, oh my god, there's this new bioform coming, you know, send in the armored battalions. It's got none of that. It does have battles, obviously. It's Warhammer story. But it's a very different kind of way of being defeated for the Guard.
Was it a short one?
It wasn't a particularly long one, no. Hang on, let me just go get it right now.
Because Voldemort, if it's one of the short ones, a lot of the short stories that Voldemort reads for his stuff are ones he's written, so they're not necessarily official, but they're still cool stories.
I mean, it's all things we've heard about before in Warhammer. It's just it's all been put into one story.
Yeah.
Like, we know the perils of the warp exist, that they can do this psychic scream to break people's wills. We know that they have this pheromone thing that can alter behavior, you know, skin-eating rain of sorts. You know, it's all official shit. It's all just put into one story.
Yeah.
Just to make it insane.
Yeah. I mean, as I say, just like with Voldemort stuff, it's usually lore based, but it's his own writings with the short stories he does.
I'm looking for it. That one was about zombies.
What do you do?
That was about Warhammer zombies.
Yeah, because Warhammer needs zombies on top of everything.
They do. They have plague zombies.
Now I had the answer.
This one was from Tales of the Void.
Oh, I've heard some of that stuff.
Yeah, this one was from Tales of the Void, not Voldemort. And it's an hour and 53 minutes long. Okay, it's longer than I thought it was. It went by really quickly. Here we go.
I mean, in terms of stories for Warhammer, an hour, like 2 hours is not a lot.
But it's really good. It's worth a listen, guys. That is in the Warhammer section from my Discord. So if you guys want to go give that a listen, it's really sick. I would have it playing here, but I'd get copyright struck. And I'd rather not go through all that bullshit.
I don't know if you would get copyright struck, to be fair, because
I'd rather not do it without getting their permission. I don't want them to... the impossibility of it, but them to wander across this video and be like, hang on, they're listening to some of my shit without my permission. On a YouTube stream, you know what I mean?
No, what I was getting at is like, I don't know if you would get copyright struck because there is an entire section of YouTube that is reaction content that doesn't require permission. As long as you are adding something to it in terms of like commentary to it that's considered transformative in some degree, then you're covered by the YouTube terms of fair service because anything posted on YouTube is open fair service.
Fair enough. Well, what I'm going to do is you can sit here and entertain people while I go make more coffee, because otherwise I'm going to get very grouchy, very sleepy very quickly. So I'll be right back.
Yeah.
And I've just whacked my light. Oh.
Where on earth did I put that?
Right, I have returned. Voldemort writes his own fanfic. I can't even read from here. I need my glasses. He writes his own fanfic. It's very in the flavor of proper 40k, though. I like Voldemort.
Oh,
And the thing
yeah.
is, like, Strand here showed me this podcast thing between him. What's the other good dude's name that I didn't like at the first?
Oh, it was distractible between him. He does the announcing at the beginning, and it's Bob, Mark, and Wade.
There you go. So yeah, it's just like I
And
didn't realize how.
Markiplier you didn't like.
Yeah, I didn't like Markiplier at first. I think for me, with his stuff, it's very selective what I do and don't like. But yeah, anyways.
He's very different in the podcast than he is when he's playing games because he's not acting up for. He's not like trying to
He's not
make it
acting
more
up
interesting for the
this,
game.
Yeah. But no, like I didn't realize how different he sounded. So I think he sounds awesome as Voldemort. Like the whole David Attenborough 40k thing he's got going just fucking works.
Imagine David
Today,
Attenborough.
we see the Tyranids. The
Can you imagine
Bioforms
David Attenborough
slaughtering
in
the
40k
gods.
though?
That'd be great. Like I know he's just turned 100 and something odd, but if you could get him to sit down and like commentate like the fucking Tyranids, that'd be great.
Just like David Attenborough, I think even David Attenborough would have to be just like halfway through his usual and today thing, and then be like, Jesus Christ! Just at the stuff that happens in 40k, especially if he's going on about the Tyranids or.
Yeah,
like,
he'll just be
the
reading the
Force
script
weapons.
and he'll be like, what the fuck?
Yeah, what the fuck just happened to that guy? It's like, did that gun just melt that man's face? Yes, it did.
What do you mean living ammunition? What is this? It's 40k, mate. Living ammunition, that's quite mild. At least that's only going to eat its way slowly through your hide, you know?
Living ammunition. Ah, yeah, that's Tuesday.
Ah, it's nothing. It's not nothing, mate.
Slow day. What are you on about?
When you could have like a fucking warlord titan with its mates with Nova cannons. And even then, that's just a Friday.
Or the Orc Army. It's just Armageddon every single day.
Right?
It's like, and here we see the Orc boy believing hard enough that he can fly. And look at that, he's flying.
There's an AI... An AI what? TTS reader. What's that? That's quite convincing.
Text to speak.
Yeah, there's a couple of the ones that I've listened to. I think it's just called 40k Stories. You can tell it's AI, but it's done really well. And I quite like their stories, but the problem is I've already listened to all the ones I'm interested in. So it's like, can you come up with some new shit so that I can listen to it more, please?
That's the problem with Voldemort. I've listened to a load of his stuff now, and like I'm just like, he's the last one I watched. He was like going, he was talking about doing the a load of stuff from the first encounter with the Tyranids.
Oh, okay.
He's doing there's a story that he's working on apparently that's going to be covering the very first encounter with Tyranids when they weren't known to be Tyranids, which is the Red Terror, which attacked a mining colony.
That's not the event on Tyrant, is it?
No, that was before Tyrant.
Oh, before
So-
Tyrant. Interesting.
So Tyrant was when they realised that the Tyranids were like a species of their own. The Red Terror was the first Tyranid ever encountered by the Imperium in any degree. It was the first Tyranid bioform to make it to the galaxy. So it's the first one to make it here, and it landed on. It was on a the mining planet, I believe it was, and it just killed everything on this mining planet. And then when like the guard and everything turned up, they thought it was just a big nasty that lived on the planet, not realizing that it wasn't native to the planet and there was more coming.
Right. Happens all the time. They drill deep into a planet, they encounter some Xenos that's just lived in the, the crater of the planet its whole life, undisturbed, and the locals get a bit overwhelmed, they lose a few thousand people, and the guard are like, okay, we'll go deal with it. Until they get there, it's like, oh my god!
Yeah, the Red Terror is horrendous. I don't know if now that because they're bringing it back, there's a new model coming for the Red Terror.
Yep, seen it. It looks like a Ravener.
Yeah, the Raveners are smaller versions of it. So it's like the Von Ryan Lictors.
They're just smaller versions of big
The
Lictors.
Raveners are smaller. Yeah, they're smaller group pack hunter versions.
So like same family,
Whereas-
maybe just a cousin species.
But the Red Terror has a devour ability.
Isn't it
Where it
technically a
just
character
eats things
unit
whole.
for the tabletop?
It is. It is. It's like Old One Eye. It's one of their. It's one of their named. It's essentially their named heroes. Where is it? Someone sent me the information on it. So on the tabletop,
Yeah.
it is. Where is it?
Isn't it in a kill team box?
Yes, it will be to begin with, but then, according to the guys at my local shop, about 2 to 3 months after that, it will be released as an individual model.
They said the same thing about the Kazarkin, but they're only available in kill team still.
Yeah, but this one's a Tyranid named Singular Beastie.
He's a big
So-
beastie.
Yeah, on the tabletop, he has the ability to swallow whole. If he basically catches things off guard with its burrowing ability, it can swallow a character whole, eliminating all wounds and doing 140 points of damage.
That is absurd.
Yep.
Nope. That's going to get nerfed. You know it's going to get nerfed because people will start crying, including me. I will be one of those people, and it will get nerfed.
Problem for the Red Terror is it can only do that once. It's only its first attack. So it has to be basically shrouded digging. And then when it bursts out the ground, one unit is just nommed.
Oh, no.
So if it's not a singular unit, if it's part of a squad, I believe the rule of you picking how the damage is, like which models are affected, is still a thing. So unless it pops up and it's just like, I'm going to nom Titus because he's on his own, like you can go, that guy dies, I want to keep the bolters. It's like the sniper, maybe not really useful fighting this big fucking thing at point blank range.
Well, I get it if the ability was it just devours a single model. Guarantees.
Yes.
You know, it pops up and it's just like, okay, you know, I've just come up against, I don't know, say my aggressors. It eats a whole aggressor. It's gonna get indigestion, but it's eating a whole unit.
Yeah, that's what it does. It
Okay.
pops up and it just
But
devours.
there should be a
unit.
caveat that to characters, because you can't just barrow its way up to say like Gilliman, the Lion, Victrix Honor Guard, Calgar. You can't go
think
up
there
to these
is-
characters and just go, no.
Well,
No.
if it's the same, if it's a similar rule to when it existed in 3rd edition, the rule for it in 3rd edition was if it was a hero character or a HQ unit, then there was a counter roll to see if it basically got fought off.
We've got Swiggy in the chat. What's going on, man? Mother's Day was a long time ago for me, buddy. I live in the United Kingdom where we celebrate it on the proper day. But the thought is much appreciated. You did some OSL practice. Ooh. I'd love to see the results of that. Only issue is it cannot access... Wait, what? Cannot access some areas in airbrush wood. Ah. You prefer the look? I'll be honest, mate. I haven't practiced with any OSL, dude. None. Had to focus, but managed to finish the Initiate Apothecary. Sick! Anyhow, I'm gonna do my first try at non-metallic metal. I have
Ooh,
practiced the
good luck.
technique in 2D, now to try it in 3D. Hopefully you do well. Ah, you've got this, mate. Just practice makes perfect. Like, Swiggy, one of the things I'm going to do is, from the old sprue, I've got a bunch of Space Marine heads with no helmet on them, and I'm going to get them all in some little bases and stuff, and I'm going to practice doing Space Marine skin until I'm satisfied, because I will not touch Calgar or Titus until I can paint Space Marine heads. And I'm going to force myself to learn it, because as much as I like the passive look of what I've done with these guys, you can, at a tabletop thing, you can say that's a Space Marine face, and it works, it's fine, but I want them to be better. So just practice, buddy.
That is my Titan.
Frankie, it may be Mother's Day there in the States, my dude, but over here in Britannia, we celebrate it on the proper day. When you Americans decided to be insolent bastards of the colonies and you decided to do your whole little rebellion bullshit, you fucked up all the holidays and got all the dates wrong. Mother's Day was a little while ago, bud.
I find it entertaining that they wanted to be so separate from England that they now name things New whatever.
Yeah! fucking...
New England.
New England, that's it. New England is like, no.
New Jersey.
No. We have Jersey, and you can fucking keep it if you really want it. New England. We have an England already, thank you. It's not new by any stretch of the imagination. For all those Americans and Western people of the United Kingdom from here, get ready for some serious American bashing. It's all in good spirit, so don't be such a fucking snowflake. But yeah, it's just like new this, or like New York. It's like, we already have York. If you want it that badly, you can fucking have it. It's not that great. You know what I mean? We'll just name it something else. You can have York. Trust.
Yeah, and just deciding that U's don't exist in words like colour.
Ugh. Although I have been guilty of spelling it the American way a few times.
It's because the thing is, like, the reason behind it makes sense because they spell phonetically, but even spelling phonetically, it's still spelled wrong.
Well, hey, look, English spelling, like British English spelling, fucking sucks. It sucks, but that's the way it's done, unfortunately. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but we've got a reason for it. Because we have been invaded and have invaded virtually everything on, like everywhere. Like, pretty much everything in Europe and beyond, we have either invaded or been invaded by, or both.
Yeah. Anywho, I'm just saying, like, English version of spelling sucks as it is, you know?
We at least have a reason.
Yeah.
Other countries that couldn't spell correctly came over here and left their grammar.
Right. Although I actually really upset some Americans the other day, dude, with like being like just casual American bashing, right? They got so upset and I was like, why are you getting so butthurt? It's just a joke, man.
Disobedient bastard children of the colonies.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said, and they freaked out and they were like, what? I was like, Jesus.
See, if you're that upset by it, you know there's some truth to it. You don't get offended about something that isn't true.
Oh, by all means, if I was in their situation, dude, I would have rebelled too. You know what I mean? I would have rebelled as well, but...
Nah, disobedient bastard children.
Ah, come on! Taxation without representation and all the other ways we screwed up the colonies.
Learn to live under your betters, it's fine.
Oh, that's rough.
Okay, Your Majesty, you're right. We'll just do as you're told. Have you ever met the king? No, I've not met the king. Fuck the king!
Oh, dear. Oh, no. That was a proper laughs in British moment with a fucking cup of tea and your white wig on, that was. Jesus.
Learn to respect your betters.
Mate, you say that to me and I'd be like, you fucking what, sunshine? Yo, laugh, my time says boot up your arse, and it's not going to be as pleasurable as it sounds. Oh, dear. But yeah, I really upset them by calling them like the disobedient bastard children of the colonies. They were like, you fucking what? And I was like, calm down. So imagine what we say about the Australians. They were our penal colony, and look at them. They built a fucking nation out of it.
To be fair, I upset an American the other day because they were saying, oh, America's great. I'm like, America is an ex-British settlement that got out of hand. But your country is still failing harder than our ex-prison colony that somehow managed to make it work in a country filled with things that want it dead.
It's a true statement. Literally, it's like everything that wants to eat man alive lives in Australia, and our criminals and our penal system occupants and all the rest of it, they made it thrive.
We sent all our criminals there, and they're just like, fuck it, we're going to make this work. Because fuck you, England. You thought we would die? Well, fuck you.
That's literally the very mentality of "fuck you, England." They made a colony survive from a penal system. It's like, eh?
Whereas
you smart bastards.
and they did it without rebellion as well. whereas America rebelled and then aren't quite doing as well. But then, to be fair, no one's doing that well.
Nobody's doing well. Even England's not doing well. So let's not get into that size up. That'll be a dick measuring contest that'll go on forever.
No, we're not doing that well either over here.
Nope, we're really not.
We could be doing a hell of a lot worse, but we could be doing
Don't jinx it. Just leave it at that. Don't jinx it, because the universe has been like, oh, could it be? Right then.
Yeah.
Here's some spores from the planet fuck you. And they're gonna eat you now.
The Tyranids are real.
Oh, dude, just give me a gun, I'll shoot myself. I would genuinely just shoot myself. I'm like, nope, save you the bother. Here's some free biomass. Come collect me in the corner when you're ready.
Can you imagine the reaction worldwide if there was a genuine news report that went out and it was just showing this new creature that's been discovered and it just looks like a Hermagon?
Nope.
Like anyone that knows Warhammer 40k is like, fuck this, I'm out.
Yep. I'll take the nearest shuttle. Where is it you want to travel in the solar system? Out of the solar system. I want out of this system. Let me go.
I volunteer to go anywhere but here.
See that big bright thing in the sky? What thing? See that big fireball? You mean the sun? Drive me into that.
Throw me at it. We'll find out what happens when humans get close. It'd be a kind of way to die.
Let's see. I would recommend using a red base for skin. Makes them feel more alive. Yep. Frankie's always a rebel. There you go. Swiggy, I do enjoy spelling it as call-or. Thank you very much. And not color. Well, you see the difference there. If you pronounce it properly, call-or or color. I think you can see the problem with that spelling right there, buddy. We have our own York too. It's bigger. Bigger's not always better, buddy. Too many U's. Yes, there's plenty of us.
America is bigger than England.
Let's not. English in all its iterations has stupid spelling. Well, yeah, literally all of English has really shitty spelling. Let's be honest. Nobody enjoys having to sit there and spell. What fun would it be if we couldn't take the piss out of each other? As long as it's friendly banter, that's where I'm fine with it. But as soon as people start getting a bit little butthurt, it's like, no, that's enough now. Easy, kids. None of us were alive to make any decisions where any of this is anywhere near relevant. So, you know, as soon as it gets beyond the friendly banter part is where I kind of draw the line. It's like us and the French. Do we actually hate the French? No, not really. You know, what have they actually done to us in our lives? Like, has any Frenchman come up to you in your life, given you a slap, a plate of snails, and then told you to go fuck yourself in their ridiculous accent? No, they have not. So do we really hate the French? No. But will we still French bash? You're damn right.
To be fair, I have come across, out of all the French people I've come across, I have yet to meet one that I would say is pleasant.
I can say the same thing about many British people. I can say the same thing about many British people, dude. I haven't met many pleasant British people. The one French person I encountered was very nice, you know? She and I had fun for a few months. It was my own way of getting back at the French. Introducing some new DNA into their bloodlines, haha.
They're already corrupted bloodlines anyway.
Yeah, well.
Everyone's got a corrupted bloodline these days.
They're corrupted as fuck now, they have my DNA there. But yeah, it's just like we will French bash to the end of the fucking planet. Doesn't matter if we're fighting alongside the French, we'll still French bash. Oi, Frenchie! Oh, oui, mon ami! Remember, you run that way, towards the enemy, yeah? They could be fighting side by side, dying by each other, and we would still take the piss out of them.
Advancing is not in reverse.
Oi, Frenchie, we're advancing the English way. And they'll just be like, what? Not the French way. The French way's that way. We've already come that way.
Right, I need to redo these. Another coat.
Let's see. We rebel due to tea taxes just to eventually prefer coffee. Oh dear.
Yeah, that's a fair
I'm
point.
technically from a penal state. Now it is the state with the busiest airport in the world, and we share the dangerous animal thing with Australia. Where's that then? What do you think? What do you think people in Atlanta are? Atlanta, isn't that part of the United States? City of Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't know. I'm not from the States. I don't know too much about the States.
Yeah, Atlanta's one of the things over there.
But yeah, no, it was like tea taxation and stuff, and they ended up liking coffee more. It's like, guys, really?
What did you leave for?
I mean, let's face it. Let's say the whole rebellion didn't happen and they didn't become an independent nation and all that jazz, right? You know damn well they would probably have gotten their independence along the line somehow.
Oh yeah, I mean a lot of countries that Britain ruled over the years got their independence back for one of like three reasons. Usually because they lobbied for it and eventually won it in votes, which is fair enough. They got too expensive to keep dealing with, so they got given back because we didn't want to keep paying for it. Or they fought back hard enough and won.
Yeah.
Though I will say that the last one is the rarity out of the three.
I mean, we had the largest last standing empire in the world. Technically, we are still the last standing empire in the world. We still have the Commonwealth. Not a lot of good it does us, but, you know.
I mean, the Commonwealth is more beneficial for the other countries than us.
It is indeed. Or at least it seems that way at the moment.
Well, other members of the Commonwealth have certain rights that we don't necessarily have in their country. Where the fuck did I put that?
Dunno, mate. Where'd you put it?
Trying to find my spare papers for my
Oh, for your web palette?
Yeah. Oh, they're there.
I love this old recipe for non-oil, dude. It's so good.
Yeah, I've tried the new one. I'm not impressed.
No, the new one's terrible. That's why I'm
The
saying
army
I want
paint.
liquid gold right
So,
here.
the army painter equivalent that I found, I haven't found it in the wash yet, but the army painter equivalent is in effects. We're going to water it down.
Dark tone is the army painter version.
So the army painter equivalent in the effects is, if you thin it down with war paint stabilizer, is oil stains. That's the one I use a lot because I don't have the. I've only got one wash, which is dark skin shade.
Dark skin shade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's their only wash I have at the moment. I need to buy more washes.
Yeah, come, what is it, Wednesday, Thursday, whenever the 14th is when I'm ordering in my Army Painter Metallics. Just in time to get the tank done.
I'm going to be doing a new order in Army Painter stuff soon.
Yeah.
Because there's some bits I need that I just don't have. Army Painters seem to be a good middle of the road. They're good quality, but they're not really expensive. They're not horrendously expensive. They're not cheap by any imagination, but
This whole hobby is not cheap.
yeah, they're comparatively cheap compared to some of the other brands that are out there.
As long as they have the quality, that's all I care about.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same for me.
The other problem is I can't just access it locally. I have to order it online.
Yeah, so do I. Nowhere nearby me does. Nowhere that I've found nearby me does Army Painter.
See, I'd love it if my Hobbycraft, my local Hobbycraft, supplied all these different paints. That'd be great.
Yeah, but Hobbycraft, they've started doing Warhammer now.
That's why I mention it.
But that's about it.
You never know. Maybe one day they might turn around and be like, "Hey, we've started stocking like Army Painter and Vallejo."
I mean, the only way to get them to start trying to do that sort of stuff realistically is to, like, ask them to. Like, get enough people asking for these products and they'll eventually do it. But with no demand, they're not going to.
No. That's it. The thing is, as well, being able to order online, it can be at your house, convenient, like, completely conveniently within, like, 2 or 3 days.
Yeah, it's only if you're out of something now
Yeah.
that it's convenient.
That's the thing, yeah. And the thing is, it's even not that convenient for me to go out and get it if I need it now, because I still have to travel all the way into town for it.
Yeah, whereas I don't have to do that, fortunately, most of the time. Well, I do, but travelling into town for me is not as bad as it is for you. I've got like a 10-minute bus journey or like a 30-minute walk. I am going to be so fucking tired tomorrow.
Why?
I'm starting at 7:30 and well, starting at 7 tomorrow and finishing at 6.
It's Monday tomorrow.
Yep.
Don't you get Mondays off?
Normally. Not this week.
Oh. You only get one day off this coming week.
No, I'm off Tuesday and Wednesday.
Oh.
So I'm doing 7 o'clock till 6.
Good luck.
There's going to be copious amounts of monster consumed.
Yeah.
In fact, I might not even go for monster.
You're just gonna go straight for hardcore drugs?
I might just go into like Poundland and buy like the 2-litre bottle of their battery acid style.
Oh, don't do
But
that. No, just get some monster.
The 2-litre bottle of their energy drink that's basically battery acid.
No, just lick a fucking car battery at that point. Honestly, it'd be healthier for you. Just do a Randy Felt face and lick a 9-volt battery. And then just get some mandarins to offset the fucking acidity.
I can get away with not dealing with customers by just licking a 9-volt battery, not once come to the till that the guy's licking a battery.
Yeah. And if somebody's like, "Are you okay?" Just do the Randy thing, like, "Mandarin!"
Or offer them the battery.
Do you have a guinea pig called Simone de Beauvoir? If anyone gets these references, by the way, you can stay. You're awesome.
Anyone who doesn't, go find these references.
Yes, anyone who doesn't, please go away onto YouTube, search Randy Feltface, watch his shows, then come back.
Oh,
there. What the fuck is going on in chat?
What?
Swiggy, do you mean Coca-Cola or do you mean drugs sort of Coke? The sniffy powder shit. You know, the type of Coke that you drink out of a glass and the type of Coke that you do off a woman's tits.
I mean, it's America, it could be either.
It's America, you could be drinking cola off a woman's tits, I don't know. If that is the land of the brave and the land of the free, sign me the fuck up. It's like, what have you guys got over there? Pies, Parliament, rain, wind, what have you guys got over there? We drink Coca-Cola off of women's tits and thighs. Yep, I'm moving.
Yeah, but you also got to bear in mind they have Trump.
I fucking tolerate it, mate. I don't give a fuck. I'll tolerate it for fucking that sort of lifestyle.
Nah, I'll pass.
Mate, you fucking pass. It's fine. I'm going for it.
Have fun.
Yeah, I'll just come back to you once I run out of money for Coca-Cola. I'm like, it was the happiest days of my life. Can't help but notice that he hasn't really responded if he was talking about Coca-Cola or Coke as in drugs. Drugs!
All I see at the bottom is yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for which one were you talking about? Because I'm not sure.
Maybe he's talking about both.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it did have cocaine in it when it first came out.
That's what got it to the viral marketing that it's got now. What better way to have repeat customers than have them addicted to it?
Fucking right. What a sales platform.
It is the most dishonest yet effective.
As it turns out, I only had missed one purity seal. Sorry, guys. I mean, Coca-Cola factory in Atlanta. There you go. Hey, a big tourist attraction could still be doing Coke off a woman's tits. It could be a tourist attraction, depending on the women and how expensive the Coke is.
Yeah, but they'd probably be like feminist Karens.
Mate, I've gone so long without a woman, I'll take it at this point. Just for the weekend, just for the touristy bit.
Space Karens.
No, I'm good at space cannons, mate. I actually died to the space aids. You did not. So I think I've had my fill of space cannons. Thank you very much.
I didn't contract the space aid.
No, you didn't. That's the worst part. I contracted it and died of it. It's like, what is this bullshit?
Quick turnaround.
I was so stupid. I was like, what am I dying from? Space aids. Fuck's sake, man. Such a stupid way to die. Of all the things you could die from in that game, I died from space aids from the space cannon. Actually,
speaking of wanting to speak to the manager.
Right? Where was the purity seal I missed? This is why I missed it. It's not very obvious.
I like when it was just like, we made that joke and you were being mobbed by them, and it was like, he's over there!
It's like, I want to speak to your manager. My manager's over there. Go speak to him.
And then you promptly died of space aids, and they did come after me.
Yeah, it's good.
But I had a bigger gun than you, so I dealt with them.
I find that my ships tend to be better than yours, but your ground play is far beyond mine. Alright, here's one of the purity seals I missed. Ah! Don't drop the miniatures.
I have absolutely no idea why, though.
Ah, it's just the way the game works out.
So he makes better ships than you, so here's a big gun.
Right?
Shoot him, then steal his ship.
Fucking space piracy. You know I would just get another ship and track your ass down. Like, aye, that's mine! I built it, I know exactly how to disable it.
Not anymore.
Yeah, you're just like, whoop, 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 whoop. Imagine getting that over the fucking comms. It's like, oi, surrender that vessel, it doesn't belong to you. Whoop, 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 whoop. And then it just goes to warp. You'd be like, wait, what the fuck was that?
Engage the whoop whoop drive.
Just see them in the fucking cockpit window going, wee, woo. With the arms and everything. Oh, dear. Why is that something you would actually do? If you stole one of my ships. Not to say that you make bad ships or anything, but as a whole, I tend to make better ships than you.
Problem is, my ships tend to take forever to build because they're the size of a planet.
And even then, they're still usually ridden with maneuverability issues, or, you know, in combat you tend to get critted quite frequently, whereas I don't. Apart from that one time with my Nova, to be fair, was not my ship. I just modified the internals of it, it wasn't mine, where the warp core got detonated rather quickly.
Space Engineers is where I have better luck with ships.
Hey, you have made some absolute whoppers. Like the Asmodeus, that thing was fucking deadly. Like, holy shit, the Asmodeus was one hell of a ship. And it flew really well.
Even with half of it missing.
Oh, was that the Asmodeus, the Covenant ship?
No, that. The Covenant ship.
No, I'm not talking about the Covenant ship. I'm talking about the Asmodeus you built. The very sharp
the
looking
Asmodeus.
ship.
Yeah, the Asmodeus was the one with the fucking lance.
Oh yeah, that was one we were just pissing about. But I mean, in general, with its more vanilla configuration, it was still one hell of a ship.
Oh yeah, it was vicious as fuck because it was just purely militant warfare. It wasn't designed to do anything other than hurt things.
Yeah. Although your configuration on that Halo ship was obnoxious. I'm trying to think of a polite way of saying this. Dickheadish? Cuntish? It wouldn't die!
You blew up the warp core, and I was just like, I still have power, motherfucker.
Yeah! And it's just like, now I've taken out your hydrogen tanks. I've annihilated most of your batteries. How are you still firing at me? And how do you still have power to fly? There's not much of your ship left. It's connected by like one block, and it's like, bang, bang, motherfucker!
And I think the thing that got you out the most as well with that wasn't the fact that not only was it able to fly, it was able to fly well and maneuver well.
No. That Halo ship was cuntish. I've changed my mind. It is now a cuntish ship.
I still have the blueprint for it.
No, you're not allowed to fuel that again.
And I'm bringing it into Space Engineers 2.
The fuck you are! I will specifically build a ship shaped like a spear, and I will ram that fucking thing to death. I will do it.
You tried that. It didn't do. You tried that, remember? With another one of your ships.
I tried ramming it to death with a ship that wasn't built for ramming, though.
You just went crunch.
Yeah, the ramming maneuver didn't work out too well for me. In fact, you came out of it better than I did. I was the rammer, and I was just like, wait, what? You're just like, something hit the side of the hull, and everything on board my ship was like, oh my god, we're gonna die!
Yeah, on my side, all I got was dong.
Yeah, like when you hit that fucking bulkhead. Please recreate that in Space Engineers 2.
Even if I don't want to, it's going to happen eventually.
That was so funny when you did that.
I was more entertained by the fact that you could hear it.
Yeah, it was a fair just on dong. What was that?
Oh. What was that noise? Nothing.
It's the silence of the void, and all I hear is this dong getting carried across from your ship.
I just like that drone. Oh, you can't.
Oh, a drone was a cunt. I was building something and it ruined everything I was building.
Not bad. What was it? Jem'Hadar.
Well, the Jem'Hadar, it's like, you will go into the moon. You will go into the moon. Ram him until his ship becomes one with the moon. It's like, I can't leave it. It's pushing me down.
The worst part of that was afterwards, though, with our base, it rammed the shield so hard the shield gave out and it slammed into the base.
Oh. And that base took so much time to build to what we'd gotten it to.
That's why we gave up on it.
Yeah, I can't wait for Space Engineers 2 to have multiplayer at least. I'd happily play it in its current state with multiplayer.
Yeah. It needs a bit of work. I mean, I'm tempted to have a look and see what, in more detail, of what the new Space Engineers 1 update has given. Just because they're adding in like bits and pieces, like the new economy stuff. Curious about the economy stuff.
I'm not overly keen to go back to Space Engineers 1.
No, your computer didn't like it.
Well, that was before I got my CPU fixed.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see how your computer handles it now.
Probably the same. Eddie, what's going on, man? Wife and boy are off. Time to get to work. Fucking yeah, son. Go for it. Are they both feeling much better now then, I take it? Yeah, now that I've had my CPU quote-unquote fixed, it'll be interesting to see how it plays.
It was just servers it didn't like. It wasn't too fussed about single player.
Right, now that they've had the non-oil wash, it's time for the... Is it the Remind me, guys, is it Seraphim Sepia or Reichland Fleshade that goes over the gold? I have a feeling it's Seraphim. Was it the Pillar of Autumn? No. Actually, saying that, Strand did build a very halcyon cruiser-looking ship at one point, and it seemed to suffer from random interior explosions.
That fucking thing.
I was so surprised by the shape you accomplished with that, though. You pulled something out of your arse, like you always do, and you built this really incredible Halcyon Halo Cruiser-style ship. And I was like, holy crap, so when you got it decorated and armed and fueled, and you took it for your first maiden voyage, I think you maybe got, what, less than a kilometer before you had multiple internal explosions?
Yeah, I flew for a while, and then when I slowed down, I heard clang, clang, boom.
And then I was watching it from the outside, watching your little, you know, your little initial starter cruise to see how it was going off. And I just see these explosions, then the exterior explosions, like, oh, he's having a bad day. I know you hear from Stranded, fuck, shit, fuck, ah!
I've never been exploding. Fuck's sake.
Yeah, like, most of the time, guys, when you sit and watch me and Strand play, like, Empyrean or Space Engineers, usually it's not very entertaining because we're either just harvesting, building, or experimenting with builds and shapes. But that 2% of the time is just filled with absolute comedic moments. It really is.
Not most of our conversations, to be fair. Most of it's pretty bland and just there, and then all of a sudden some random shit happens and it gets funny. or borderline like acceptable for the internet.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Everyone's on the mend. Good. Either, but Seraphim's usually the way to go. There we go. Yeah, I thought it was Seraphim. And here is some of the new Seraphim. Is that opened? Yes, it is. I shall get to doing the non-metallic metal.
Okay, man, bye.
He just wants to pop in and talk about Coke.
It's his passion project.
Now, I need to see how much battery my phone's got left. I've noticed my battery dies quite quickly now. It's got about 32%.
You need to run a charger up that.
I have a charger. Nothing of note. Okay, now to put my charger. I have a charger just here.
I have if I'm streaming it, I'll just run my charger straight on the thing all the time. Just saves me having to put it on charge halfway through.
Yeah. Right.
Not that I often stream.
I'm gonna sit here and jerk this thing off in midair. Right. To the one thing that Eddie hates having to watch. Vaping. He always gives me shit for my vaping. Friendly way, of course.
I remember when you were having a couple of mic issues once, or it might have been Discord issues. It did sound like a cheapified Darth Vader on the other side.
Oh, I just finished watching Maul Shadowlord on Disney. And know you're not much of a Disney, or sorry, not much of a Star Wars fan, but
I've heard it's good.
that's way too much. But yeah, Vader made an appearance, man, and holy shit, is he just so awesome in his little appearance.
I've heard they started off some lore for a character that once Disney got hold of it was removed from existence, basically.
Yep.
There's a Sith, the Sith apprentice of Maul.
Yep. And she turns out to be
Kind of
quite
cool.
a weapon.
Yeah, she's fucking vicious and one of the most dangerous.
It's interesting to see her transition from this, though, because that Sith is, shall we say, not dressed in much. She's wearing a thong and the tightest bra that you can think of, right, as her depiction of her character. But as a Jedi, obviously she's very well dressed, and she's, well, behaves like a Jedi for the most part. So to see her go from this to then obviously this psychotic Sith assassin it's a hell of a change. You know what I mean? It's very different.
Yeah. I think for me, the thing that stops me from being as interested in Star Wars as I could be, other than just like the ungodly amount of unnecessary politics that's in it, is the fact that I don't really like the Jedi. Like, they're very, like, the stuff they come out with is very hypocritical,
Yeah.
and I'm just like, I'm not really interested in like what they're doing. Whereas I'm more interested in the Sith, so seeing more of the Sith is something I would be more interested in than watching the Jedi perspective, because pretty much all the stories are told from that end. If it's involving the Jedi, they're usually told from the Jedi end.
Sometimes. More recently, they've had a few more Sith-oriented shows, though.
Yeah, like historically, they're usually told from the Jedi perspective, or at least their angle, rather than necessarily their perspective. Because it always focuses on them as like the good guys of the universe, so it kind of follows the fight of good versus evil across the entire thing of Star Wars. But like everything does, with it's got a good and bad. But I find myself more interested when it's talking about the Sith than when they're talking about the Jedi.
Fair. Everyone's got their own thing, it's fair.
So with them doing more Sith-based stuff, I'm like, ooh, might actually bother with that.
Be cool if we got a Darth Vader show.
Yeah, I think, didn't Darth Vader have like an animated thing for a while? Or was
Nothing
that not official?
Nothing that solely focuses on him, no. He usually makes cameos in a lot of the shows, but he's not really a main character of sense in these animated shows. Not so much. Eddie's saying incompetent. The word you're looking for is incompetent. Also hypocritical. There's a lot of the Jedi that you see that are not particularly good Jedi that live up to the Jedi code.
Well, one of the things that always got me was like the whole, like, only Siths deal in absolutes. Well, that statement in itself is an absolute. Like, that one statement on its own is an absolute. You're kind of disproving your entire point.
I don't know. I like a line from Balin Skull. Is I like the idea of the Jedi. You know? I like the idea of the Jedi, but there are so many flawed practices within the Order.
It's like anything. It's like, I don't know. They're like a religious order that got out of hand and started doing military shit.
Well, they should never have
How
gotten
kinda-
involved in the Clone Wars.
It's kind of how I imagine like Christianity going if like the Vatican got involved in wars.
Hmm.
It's very that sort of that kind of feeling for me.
Anyway, yeah, so Vader made a really cool appearance in that show. I was quite glad to see that.
Yeah, Vader needs to kind of get some decent screen time where he's not basically just getting shat on, because a lot of the stuff I've seen him in over the last couple of years, which is few and far between, he kind of doesn't really do anything.
Well, like I said, he's usually a cameo. He's not really a main character in a lot of things. Like, the small part he played in the Ahsoka TV show, like, he was just a cameo. He was there for, like, part of an episode. So it'd be cool if he got his own show. And it'd be really cool if it was set, like, very shortly after the fall of the Jedi. You get to see early days Vader. Like, hunting down Jedi remnants and all the rest of it. That'd be really cool.
Yeah, he was a bit of a psychopath.
A little bit. He was responsible for a lot of deaths of the Jedi after the initial Order 66.
It's just like some of the stuff that just doesn't make sense in the series was like not using certain tactics because it's deemed as dishonorable and stuff, like the whole disabling your lightsaber to avoid it being blocked was one that.
What, you mean
kind of
turning it off
stuck
and
me.
turn it back on again?
Yeah, and I was just like, that's just a good tactic. Like, that's not dishonorable. That's just using the physicality of your weapon to your advantage.
If you want to see that done, I know it's a terrible show in general, but you should watch The Acolyte. The bad guy.
Yeah, I
in
know
that
it
does
happens in there. Yeah, because that's where I heard a lot of people suddenly start bringing it up again. I'm just like, because that's something when I used to watch the films as a kid. I'm like, why don't you just turn the sword off and turn it back on again? And it's like, oh, look at that. You now no longer block me, and you're dead.
Like, you can tell I didn't really enjoy the Acolyte show much because I don't remember any of the characters' names, not really.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just one of those things. I was just like, it's. I get why it's frowned upon because, why they don't do it, because they meant that, like, if everyone did it, every lightsaber battle would be over the second the first person did that. Like, that would be the end of everything. But at the same time, I'm just like, that's just good tactics. It's good strategy. That's all it is.
Frankie's saying 30-year war, anyone? What do you mean? Do you really want a Vader story? Either he's cartoonishly evil to align with his precedents, or he's troubled in an attempt to make him further sympathetic, which completely undermines his character arc. That's exactly why I like the Mandalorians. Oh, you can deflect laser bolts. Okay, have fun deflecting this buckshot.
Huh. You deflected the laser beam. Alright. Cannon. It's a solid point, though.
Well, the Mandalorians and the Jedis had several conflicts, to the point where the Mandalorians got pretty good at dealing with Jedi.
this Titan is going to be a long process.
What chitin?
This Titan.
Oh, I thought you said chitin. I was like, what? It's like, what are you painting that's got chitin on it?
I haven't got any more Tyranids yet. I have a feeling there's two Tyranid models I'm waiting for.
Red Eye and who? Not Red Eye, sorry. The Red
Red
thingy.
Terror.
Yeah.
And Old One Eye.
Oh, so I was right. One Eye was one of them.
But there's no news on whether One Eye is going to be made again.
Oh, I'm sure they will at some point.
They will at some point. Even the guys in the workshop said they probably will come out at some point. But yeah, I'm just waiting for it because Old One Eye was a good character as well. But I'm certainly not
Wasn't he a
buying
Carnifex?
No, he was his own thing. I believe.
I thought One Eye was Carnifex.
Not sure. Let me have a look.
I mean, I could be wrong. I'm not sure though. 30-Year War was in the 1630s between Protestants and Catholics that involved the influence of the Vatican. Wait, what? Where's that come from? Oh, is it because Strand mentioned the Vatican getting involved in wars? See what you started, Strand.
Oh, that was a while ago.
See what you've done now.
And yes, you're right. It's a Carnifex, but it's a mutation of a Carnifex.
Haha.
So Old One Eye was a unique Carnifex with the ability to regenerate itself from mortal wounds.
What?
Yeah. Its only lasting wound was the loss of one of its eyes.
What a bastard.
Yeah. So you think you've killed it? It gets up.
No, he's having a nap.
It gets up and heals. It's basically the Tyranid equivalent of a honey badger.
I've killed it! He's sleeping. How do you know? Hear that? No? Yeah, he's sleeping.
I killed it. Did the biomass dissipate?
Yeah, did it turn into like
Then it's
glue on
not
the floor?
Did it turn into biomass paste? No.
He's not dead. He'll start dissolving. That's when you know he's dead. Otherwise, keep using the Prometheum flamers on him.
If it hasn't turned to mush, it's still alive. Burn it.
That's one thing that story, by the way, that I posted in the Discord. That's one thing it talks about, is like how the bodies of the Gaunts and stuff would just start dissolving around them.
Yeah, I remember seeing a story. I can't remember how official it was to know how like true, as in a word, it was. But there's a story I remember seeing where basically Tyranids that were defeated are dissolved into this paste, and then one of the big psychic creatures was manipulating it into being like the Tyranids biomass forms of like the plants that they generate.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Like the spikes and the plant life that they generate. Was manipulating it into being that, which was then in itself dangerous to whatever was walking through it because it's carnivorous biomass.
I can't even find this combat patrol on the Discord, on the website anymore. Because I was going to get my reference material out for this medical arm. I can't find it.
Has it been moved to Legends?
The suppressors are getting moved to Legends, so that's probably why the box isn't there. Fuck, I'm gonna have to just randomly Google it. Vanguard. It's not a combat patrol anymore though. It'd be the Vanguard. What's it?
Strike Force.
Yeah, Strike Force. That's it. Still think it was better value as a combat patrol. You got that
It
tank.
was.
It's not a tank, but you got the transport.
Right, here we go. Can I zoom in to see the picture? Not well, because it's pixelated balls. I wonder what that unit's called. I wonder if I can just get a picture of that unit. Okay, so it's like green, red. Okay. I think I can pull that off. Hang on. Wait, what? Am I crazy, or is the Red Terror just a worse Trigon, other than the health resurrection? Other than the health recrusion. Probably.
Yes.
Old One Eye is a Carnifex. There you go. Now it exists as an almost dormant gene in Carnifexes, where if they take substantial damage to one eye, they can suddenly become Old One Eye. Ooh. You've just described the gestation pools and malleability of the Tyranid birthing process. Extremely late stage invasion to be seeing that xenomorphing. Xenoforming.
I can't read today. Right. I'm gonna do the Purity Seals next, and I usually go over it with Skeleton Horde, the contrast paint Skeleton Horde, but does anyone else recommend another way of coloring the Purity Seals? Or is Skeleton Horde still really the best way to go?
I won't have any suggestions in the paint that you have.
I mean, people usually suggest paint and I tell them if I've got it or not.
Well, I know you won't have it because you don't have any of the...
I don't have the war paint now.
Yeah.
It's like Eddie constantly saying, oh, use Administratum Grey. It's like, you know I don't have Administratum Grey, but he suggests it anyway. Skeleton Horde is perfect. There you go.
What colour was it I used for mine? I know you don't have it, but I used bony matter for mine.
Depends, but I usually do either Baneblade Brown or Talarn Sand. Interesting. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with Skeleton Horde. And chuck it through the vortex mixer. So my voice might get kind of funny because I'm doing this.
Shit.
Roger, roger.
Get that metallic off of the head. I'm gonna have to paint over that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I slipped.
Yes.
I'm currently trying to do trim on the Titan's head with evil chrome.
Have fun.
Yeah, it's proving to be annoying.
Yeah, trim usually is.
It's really, really tiny, and it goes over a lot of places where I've got the bolt gun metal. I say bolt gun metal, it's just called gun metal, but...
Same difference.
I'm not sure how similar it is. Oh, I might have to test that.
But yeah, I'm definitely going to do a stream one day where I'm just sat here doing practice heads for the Space Marines and learning how to do skin tones properly. I think.
Yeah.
Because I need to do it. I do need to learn how to do it, especially because I'm going to be getting some fresh Cadians and stuff at some point.
Yeah, not many of those wear helmets, do they?
Well, they're usually all
Or
helmets.
they're usually open face. Anyway.
But yeah, that's the thing, they're open face.
I need to be careful about buying any more stuff. I've got too many projects to do.
Oh.
Well, I've got those Necrons. I've got this Titan. I've got the Dreadnought still to finish.
Have you not finished him yet?
No. Still got to finish the Captain as well, because I've not finished all of the Captain. I've got the Spearheads.
The Snake Ladies.
Yeah, I've still got the Kitsune to do. I've got the Tiefling. I've got the deer left to do still. I've got the blood bone demon, and I've got the drow to do still.
Jesus Christ, yeah. And that's all in various forms of completion, some of those, aren't they?
Some of them have just... all of them are at least primed.
Hmm.
But they're all in varying stages, yeah.
So like, the only other models that I have built are my Hellblasters and my Tau Combat Patrol. I'm not including the stuff I'm doing with my kid, that's different. But like the Tau Combat Patrol is built, not primed. But the Hellblasters are built, primed, and have their armor done.
Yeah, so this Titan is primed now, but it's not built or even close to finished. The Spearhead box isn't finished. I haven't finished building that. I haven't even primed it. And the Dreadnought is still sub-assembled. Well, not even sub-assembled fully, but it's still in the stages of assembly. And I have the legs and the one leg and the hip currently attached to the base.
Huh. So just a little bit of work to do then.
Yeah. And I'm already debating on what my next purchase is anyway.
We're always like that. We could be halfway through a project and already thinking, what am I buying next?
I'm tempted to buy another Necron. The Nightshade thing.
Oh yeah, the big
fuck off boy with the scythe.
That's the one. See, for me, it entirely depends how my journey with the Tyranids go. Because if it goes well and I really enjoy painting them, I'll get myself a Norn. But if I don't enjoy them as much as
Norn.
If I don't enjoy them as much as I thought, then I'll just get myself some fresh guard stuff.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see what you could do with Norn.
Well, we'll see how I enjoy painting the crazy amounts of Tyranids I've got in that Leviathan box.
Tyranids can be fun to paint, but they are also, like any army, very repetitive.
Thing is, I enjoy painting my Space Marines, but I have done a crazy amount of Space Marines in the last 2 months, to the point where it's like, now I just want to paint something different for a while.
Yeah,
even though I have plenty of Space Marines still to do.
You look at Space Marines and you're like, I don't want to look at you. I used to get that way with my Tyranids after a while. I'd be like, you make me sick. I don't want to deal with you.
Fair. But the thing is, as well, because even having the whole Space Marine side of that box to do, you know, it's a lot of Space Marines.
Yeah.
I just want to mix it up a little bit. I don't want to be constantly sat here painting the same bloody model.
See, that's part of the reason why the main reason why I don't buy 40k that much is because I don't have anyone to play with, so I don't see the point in collecting it. So I'm just buying the random bits that interest me to paint.
I mean, that's why you were painting a lot of your D&D stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, just because I was bored.
But yeah, I mean, I've got plenty of models I can go out there and paint that I can go buy. I've got loads of Legion stuff I want to get done, because I like Star Wars. There's Fallout minis I'd love to paint. There's some bolt action I'd love to get around painting. There's always stuff for me to want to paint. So there's always that.
Yeah.
Eddie's saying I have commission slots open. Eddie, I can't afford you, buddy. I can't afford you, mate. I already announced at the start of this live stream that I did some adulting called financing, and I figured out exactly how much money that I can allocate to certain projects. And shall we say, my hobbying account, not account, but my hobbying fund is going to be a lot less per month as of next month. It was already pretty low, and it's going to get lower. Because I have adult shit to have to tend to. Figuring out what I want to do with that guy's extra bit on his foot. Wonder if I shouldn't have chopped that off. And have him stood on a skull. Bit late now. Well, while that's all drying, I'm going to get my Apothecary White. Because I know exactly what I'm going to do with that. Where is it? That's Basilicanum Grey. I don't want that one. Apothecary White. Dark Angel's green, Ultramarine's blue, Gilliman Flesh. Where's my... What's that? Ah! I keep hitting my head on that. Oh, is this the one that wouldn't mix? Let's have a look. Just gonna have to go through the mixer for a minute. But yeah, Eddie, I can't afford you, buddy. Sorry, man. Even if you were super cheap, I still couldn't afford you.
That is the Titan head near enough done.
Yay!
And you're not cheap. Well, there you go. I most definitely cannot afford you. See, I wish I could afford stuff like that to be able to just turn around to a commission painter that's pretty good and be like, yep, this is how I want them painted, crack on, son, and then just give them money for it, and I can have loads of painted minis. But that takes away from my experience, because I, too, like Strand, don't have anyone to really play games with. So, for me, the only joy I get out of the hobby is doing the painting. It might not be as good as your painting, Eddie, but I still enjoy doing it myself, even when it does piss me off sometimes.
That's the mood.
Mm-hmm.
But what are you doing getting angry?
What are you doing to get yourself so angry? Painting miniature soldiers. How's that pissing you off? That's the wrong question to ask me right now.
How's that pissing me off? Don't add to it. You'll become part of it.
You'll become part of the problem.
It's like when your partner goes, "What's wrong?" Nothing. No, what's wrong? Nothing. What's wrong? You.
Right now, you are what's wrong. Cease.
Stop asking me what's wrong. That's the problem.
There is something wrong. I will tell you later when I am of the right mind to tell you.
Like, what is wrong is you keep asking me what is wrong.
Usually when my partner asks me what's wrong, it's like, I'm in a mood right now and I'll tell you later. And they'll be like, okay, no problem, and they'll let me deal with it.
My ex-wife was like, "What's wrong?" And I'm like, "Nothing." She's like, "No, there's something wrong." I'm like, "No, it's actually not. But you're starting to become part of that."
What's wrong is I have an incredible resting bitch face.
Or what are you thinking? Nothing. Can't be thinking nothing. No, that's the great thing about being a man. You literally have the ability to think of nothing.
I don't know, my mind's always racing about something.
Yeah, so is mine, but also nothing at the same time. It's like I think about everything and nothing all at once.
It's good, that, isn't it?
My superpower. I'll be thinking of a million things. As soon as you ask me what's wrong, nothing. What I'm thinking, nothing is there. There is nothing but space. So someone asks us a question, forget everything you were just thinking. So yeah, thanks, Brain.
Cheers, Brian.
One of my exes once asked me what I was feeling, and my only thing I could say was like, "I'm hungry."
Right? That's usually how I'm feeling. If somebody turn around like, how you feeling today? I feel hungry.
Yeah, but she wouldn't accept that. She's like, no, like actual feeling. Hungry. She's like, you happy, sad? I'm hungry.
Like, I'm one of three things. I'm either tired, horny, or hungry. One of the three. Don't ask me if it's something else if I give you one of those answers, because it is most definitely one of those answers. Right now, I'm fucking shattered. If you ask me how am I feeling, I'm tired. I want a nap. But I have too much work to do.
Well, the upside is, if things keep going the way they're going, and it does turn out the way it looks like it might turn out, it could be in another set of lockdowns.
Don't even with that, man. Don't even. It's such
Plenty of time to paint.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna be able to see my kid. You know, I'm not gonna be able to go out
Yeah,
to
that's
the
true.
shop. I'm not gonna be able to go to my Starbucks or go for my walks. And with this lockdown, I don't have my motorcycle to go out and do my daily exercise. Because it was considered a form of exercise, going out on my motorcycle. I got pulled over once. It was great, dude, because the roads were fucking empty, apart from the occasional copper, right? So I got pulled over this one time with my mate. We were doing like a duo ride around the city because it was empty, nothing on the roads. It was great, right? And they pulled us over and they're like, what the fuck do you think you two are doing? It's a lockdown. And I was like, yep. So if you go onto Google and see what the accepted forms of exercise are to go outside, you'll find me on there eventually. And they did. They sat there on their phones and Googled it. Motorcycle rides, form of exercise. And they're like, right lads, on your way, keep it under the speed limit, yeah? And we're like, yep, no problem. Away from the police. They could be arsed. They were just like, whatever, man. So I don't have my motorbike to go out and do my forms of exercise with this lockdown. Everyone and their mum will be sat in fucking thongs, bikinis, and sexy underwear on Twitch again, trying to get money. We joke, but it'll happen.
Still happening now.
It's still happening now, yes.
That's the funny thing between now and lockdown. There wasn't any difference. They were still doing that.
Alright.
They just had a bigger audience because no one was at work.
Practice, practice, practice. You think I came out of the... Excuse me? You think you came out of the pussy drawing Mozart? Mate, I had no idea what you were doing when you came out of your mum's vagina. Not a clue. Not something I ever wanted to picture in my head. But there you go. Thanks for that, bud. Thank you for that. I have this wonderful image of your mother birthing you. Thank you.
Boring.
Yes, you came out of your mother's vagina with a full-on beard, a swagger, and a smoked cigar in your mouth. That's how you came out your mother.
Holding a Warhammer miniature and a paintbrush.
I forgot.
I saw someone that did
Hanta is new. What is it? Hanta or Hanta? To everywhere else, we already had an outbreak back in early 2000s, and it's not that big of a deal. What will make it a big deal is people's reactions. I'm not worried about it. I really couldn't care less.
No, I'm not too fast either.
Can you
What's
still
the
do
name?
hot tub streams on Twitch? Nobody wants to see me sat in a hot tub.
No, you can't. They banned it. Well, actually, tell a lie. They banned it unless you are a moderately attractive woman in a bikini.
What he said.
Because anyone else so much as shows a pinky toe, you get banned. You don't even have to be a particularly attractive woman, you just have to be a moderately attractive woman. Because I remember there was a couple of people I knew that did that to take the piss. A couple of guys, they did like a hot tub stream. And
Right.
they weren't like, they were wearing swimming shorts and a t-shirt, and they got banned.
Really? Banned
Yeah.
straight up.
Just outright banned. Their accounts were just gone.
Wow. That's crazy.
So what the fuck?
Better than a vape. Shut up, Eddie. Lick on my big toe. that's sexist. No, Frankie, that's well, yes, it is sexist, but you know, it's just one of those
Twitch
things.
terms of service.
I was going to say that's Twitch for you, bud. That is Twitch for you. You know, sex sells, but men are not allowed to sell sex. Apparently, just women.
It's because no one wants the type of sex men sell. They only want the women one, apparently.
Gay men want the type of sex that we would sell. If I was to sit there in a hot tub, I'd get so many donations from just, you know, the gay men and all the sugar daddies. Which is actually not a bad idea. I need to get myself a hot tub.
This is also Twitch.
Yeah, well. If I was to sit there in a bikini and fucking identify as a man, they'd be like, hang on, you're a man, terms of service.
Yep. Hot tubs and bikinis are only allowed if you're female.
Like, I don't even understand why people donate to that, though. It's like, would you rather, not much rather, like, jerk off to porn than some girl sitting splashing around in a hot tub?
Yeah, I don't get why people donate to that either. What do you think they're going to do when you donate?
What, splash around and put some water on their tits? It's like, oh, yippee. I don't understand why people donate to that. It's like, maybe they'll bend over and flash their arse. It's like, okay, and?
They get banned, because they do get banned for that.
But it's just like, okay, and? You're spending money for, like, nothing. You're getting nothing in return.
You spend money on something that you can Google search.
Right?
And find.
It's just baffling to me.
To be fair, you're spending money on something that you don't even have to Google search to find because it comes up anyway.
Right? Ah, dude. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't understand some people.
I don't understand people. Oh, I do understand people, and that's why it pains me. I wish I didn't understand people. At least then there'd be some mystery behind the bullshit. But no, alas, I understand.
Oh, dude, I just don't get it. Why? Never mind. It is what it is. Those buttons are so damn tiny.
There we go. A couple of progress pictures on the Titan's head.
Oh, fuck. Check it out in a sec.
Mm-hmm. Still need to tidy it up a bit, but it's there. It's getting there.
Making a nice little mess of that, like an absolute numpty. Yeah, this flagship brush I think is on its last limbs. The one I've been using a lot as my mainstay brush for everything. Right, I'll just tidy that up with white. Once that's all dry. Right, I'll leave him alone for a while and let that dry. Let's see, what else can I do? Whilst I'm waiting for that to dry. I put the green on that guy's computer.
I just realised I've been sat here painting for nearly 5 hours.
Really? Time flies when you're having fun, man.
Well, actually, no, I haven't. Thinking about it, because I spent about an hour deconstructing my airbrush to clean it out fully, including taking the trigger out and all the mechanisms at the back.
How'd that go?
Yeah, it's fine. It's cleared it out. It needed it. It all went back together and it works, so bonus.
Bonus.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with that colour scheme for the Titan.
On what color scheme?
I'm going with gunmetal, black, and evil chrome.
Be interesting.
So it actually looks a little bit more loyalist than my marine. Because that marine does not look loyalist.
No, no, he does not. Well, that's fine. What was I going to say? Yeah, it's funny that we haven't heard anything, by the way, Eddie, from Chaplin over the weekend. Or if we have, I haven't seen it. I thought he'd be streaming this weekend. Has he said anything in the Discord? Yeah, I haven't seen anything from Chaplin. Not that you've seen. Yeah, I've not seen anything either. It's odd, that, isn't it?
Maybe he's busy or he's had a relapse or whatever he was ill with.
He's probably just busy. He's a family man. He's got his missus, got his kid. Or kids, I don't know how many kids he's got. He's got his dog. He's got his job. He's a busy man. You were just going to ask about Chaplin. Hey, great minds think alike. Yeah, I've not heard from him. I don't know why I would hear from him and you guys wouldn't, but I haven't heard from him. I'm sure he's fine. I'm sure he's just busy.
These shoulder plates are actually coming out really well.
Ooh.
It's not a really strong contrast in colours. But it's strong enough.
Right.
I mean, you'll see it. You'll be able to see it on the images I posted on the head. But
let's have a look. Oh, it's looking very medieval. I love it. That bronze colour needs a bit of a touch up, though, I think.
that's the evil chrome. It just needs another coat.
Yeah.
It was quite. I thinned it down quite a bit to get it on there.
Oh, there you go. It's fine,
The way I wanted it. So
yeah.
I didn't want it to go on and be, because metallics can be really like thick and stodgy. So I wanted to avoid that.
Apart from that, it's looking great. It's looking very medieval.
Yeah, it's kind of the Titan thing, and that most of them look very sort of medieval knight-like.
To a point, yeah.
Until you add in the giant fucking metal gun, the plasma annihilator and shit like that. Then they look slightly less medieval.
Slightly, only slightly.
It's all in the history of the Round Table. Arthur with his sword and his plasma annihilator.
Merlin wasn't a wizard, he was actually a psyker. Encased in a dreadnought.
God, a Psycho Dreadnought, that'd be terrifying.
There are librarian dreadnoughts.
You don't need a Psycho Dreadnought, that's unnecessary.
I mean,
That's
I'm sure
excessive.
somebody in the chat will tell you how good they are. I don't know how good they are actually, but there are librarians dreadnoughts.
Yeah. Just seems excessive. No one needs that.
I don't know if because they're in a dreadnought that their psychic abilities are hampered or anything, but I don't know.
Extremely angry, half-dead man with psychic powers. In constant pain. I'm sure that will end well for all involved.
For the Emperor!
But then the Space Wolves do have their film.
Kirk Wilson, thanks for the follow. I keep saying follow like it's Twitch. Thanks for the sub, dude. Appreciate it. I'm so used to saying follow. Sorry, you were saying something.
I said, like, but then saying that, the Space Wolves do have their feral dreadnought, so...
Yeah. Yeah, they've got their Wolfkin
the one-
style dreadnoughts.
Yeah, well, no, there's one specifically, though, that they found on a planet that they didn't know where it didn't...
I told you
didn't
about that.
belong to an... Yeah, I was reading about it the other day. It's like, they found that guy. It's like, he doesn't belong to any known company, and he's just sitting there growling and...
So you found the actual
Murdering
bit where you
everything.
read about it, yeah?
Yeah.
I did tell you about that one. The Space Wolves are like, he's not one of ours. But it's just like, that's like, it must be.
Yeah. Does anyone know who owns this dreadnought?
Oi, you lost a dreadnought? No, why? You sure he's not one of yours?
He's growling, and I'm pretty sure if he had one, he'd be fighting
See
it
that
now.
access port right there? There's drool coming out of it. It must be one of yours.
Pretty sure if the dreadnought itself had a mouth, it'd be foaming at that as well.
Not only has he gone
Giant.
feral, he's also got rabies. Warhammer rabies.
Oh god, space rabies.
Space rabies! Seek the apothecary biologist, brother. You appear to be foaming at the mouth. I told you to stay away from that she-wolf.
Send him into battle, he'll infect the Tau, they don't know how to deal with it.
Right.
Turns out the Space Wolves are the only...
Infect all the Tau
members-
waifus with your space rabies. That way the Imperial Guard will stop joining them.
Turns out the Space Wolves are the only members of the Imperium capable of catching rabies.
Mate, right. That didn't go bad for an edge highlighting on that Marine.
I bought a load of toothpicks to start doing bits.
Let's see. Formerly Wilson Family Jewelry. Good evening. Hello. How are you? What's excessive about a dreadnought with giant psychic angel wings flying across the battlefield?
For fuck's sake. You mean aside from everything? The only thing more excessive than that would be if you were to somehow get a Titan piloted in that same manner as a dreadnought would be,
No.
and have that.
No. No. Not flying titans, please. No. It's too much.
No, I mean like angry Titans. Because some of the Titans do technically have limited flight capacity,
No.
but not in the tabletop, just in the stories. But Why has it got dark? Oh, fuck.
It's flying, brother.
Shoot it. I missed. Why did you miss? It went up. What?
How to make every Space Marine on that battlefield gulp at the same time.
Just the unified sound of mechanical sphincters shutting.
Ah, that's the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Yeah. Just an echo across the battlefield of...
Flee for your lives.
Followed by mechanical bonus. Just a tink.
Yeah, you just have that one or two mechanical dudes just get an absolute erection seeing this. Then they die very swiftly afterwards.
It's just randomly across the battlefield. You just hear this tink, 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 tink.
Steady yourself, brothers.
It's like that thing from Bug's Life. It's like, Ernie, don't look at the light! I can't help it. It's so beautiful. They get zapped by the fucking bug zapper.
Yeah. Run away. No. Big beam of fuck you.
In the name of the Holy Omnissiah.
I watched someone's video they made on they were doing like 3D animation for like the Horus Heresy and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And they showed one of the Warlord Titans firing the Plasma Annihilator.
Oh yeah. How'd that go?
I would not want to be on the same side of the solar system as that fucking thing.
I'm sure everyone on the business end of that also had the same expression.
Like, it's one of these things where it's just like, flash! And everything's gone.
And to think that Tyranids brought these down.
Yeah.
On McCrag.
The bang, 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 and the planet is gone.
I love you, plasma gun.
Oh dear.
What's better than a plasma gun? A big plasma gun.
I hope they bring back Librarian Dreads. That'd be so much fun if they brought them back, dude. Absolutely. Chaos Dreads would be cool. So we kinda sort of have Chaos Dreads. They're the Hellbrutes. So technically we do have them, but I agree that I'd love to see more Chaos versions of Dreadnoughts. Because they do exist in the lore. They're not just Hellbrutes, you know?
No,
but...
they used to have them in 3rd edition.
Mm-hmm. But then in 4th, when I started playing, they released the new version of it, which was the Hellbrute in the Dark Vengeance kit. I think I've still got mine kicking around that's been awfully painted somewhere.
Yeah, in 3rd edition, they just had adapter kits that you could get for where you just get them spiky shoulders.
Yeah. But I'd love to see some, like, dedicated Chaos Dreadnoughts. That'd be really cool.
To be fair, like, the Chaos Marine could do with some attention. Like, the Chaos Marine side. Because they do a lot of the demonic shit, which is great. But they don't really seem to... I don't feel like they do a whole lot when it comes to the actual, like, just traitor Marines, essentially.
Mm.
They're, like, they seem to be lacking a little bit.
They're a bit bland.
Yeah.
Apart from the Thousand Suns, they're Rubric Marines. They look pretty cool.
Yeah, but like, a lot of the Chaos stuff, it's just kind of like, okay.
I feel like a lot of the Chaos stuff is very specific. You know, it's very specific to the Chaos God that their chapter may be aligned with. You know, there's no real kind of in the middle, non-aligned CSMs like Chaos Space Marines. You know, the ones that do exist are very generic and bland.
Yeah, I feel like they could do with a bit of love.
Like, what was that kit they brought out recently for Chaos guys? Was it the Crimson Corsairs or something, whatever they're called?
Sounds familiar.
Those guys, like, they're not specifically Chaos aligned. And they look really cool.
Yeah, I just feel like Chaos could do with a bit more A bit
Just
more
that
variety.
statement. They could just use a bit more.
Yeah, just a bit more variety in their appearance in terms of the marine side of it. Oh, I missed an entire panel on that one. Whoops.
Now you know how I feel when I'm painting these guys. It's like, how the hell did I miss that bit?
Yeah, it's literally the only bits I'm painting. Large pieces. So I don't know why my brain just went, yeah, it's done.
As a demon player, how dare you? I do dare, sir. Challenge me.
We've one of the single worst ranges. You're just thinking of the 90% of the filler that's all.
No, Eddie, we're agreeing with you. They need more. We're not saying they need less, they need more.
Like they've got a good Games Workshop when they do give attention to when they do give attention to the chaos, they only seem to give attention to the demonic side of chaos.
And even then, it's
rather
not
than the
much.
Marines. And yeah, even then, it's really sparse.
Like I'd
But
say
I
like
haven't
the
seen-
entirety of chaos, not just demons or CSMs or anything. The whole of chaos just needs more.
Yeah, I
'Cause
mean, I
it's
haven't
very
seen
lacking.
GW. I haven't seen GW do enough for chaos in so long. Like chaos it's like trying to. They get even less love than like the Space Wolves miniatures. Like there's more stuff for.
They get less love than the bloody cow.
Yeah. But the only thing that gets less love than chaos is Eldar.
Yeah.
And that's because there's only about 5 Eldar players.
It's like, if you want me to get hyped about chaos, please give them a decent model range.
Yeah, because in 3rd edition, they used to look so good. And then a lot of their unique models seem to just disappear.
See, it's weird that, because obviously when you talk about Space Marines, you talk about their arch enemy, the Chaos Forces. And yet,
Yeah.
Chaos Forces on the tabletop, they're so
Totally
sparse
represented.
and boring and generic, and it's just like, this is the arch enemy?
Yeah, the arch enemy of the Space Marines. What is it? Well, it's a Space Marine, but he's got spikes on his shoulders. Oh, alright.
I just feel like Chaos needs more. They need more love. I love the fact that orcs are getting love finally. I do. I love that. But I think Chaos should be next.
Yeah, orcs needed it, but chaos needed it as well.
Like, do you know how they've done like that 11th edition launch box? It's like a callback to the old Armageddon launch box, right? So why don't they do, for the next big box of things, why don't you do another Dark Vengeance box? Like a callback to the Dark Vengeance box, where you're focusing on someone else other than Ultramarines, because that's the Dark Angels, and then just, instead of like the generic Chaos shit, add in a whole bunch of new Chaos units. That'd be so cool.
See, the thing that gets me with these box sets is that they're now starting to circle back onto ones they've already done, essentially. Like with Armageddon and stuff, they're going back to Armageddon again. It's like, great. Like, the model ranges that are included in Armageddon did need a bit of a redo and stuff. They're like, fair play. But there's so many stories in 40k that they could have made a box from.
I need to read some of these comments, hang on. Demons need a revamp. I think the whole of Chaos needs a revamp. Eldar got lots of love lately, their whole range got refreshed. Chaos is supposed to be the big bad, but they're largely neglected. Exactly, that's what we're just saying, you know? It's like Chaos is the arch enemy. They're really not. They're so bland.
They're the arch enemy that no one cares about.
Apart from the
Because,
niche
like,
collection of fans.
Well, I say that. Let me correct. They're the arch enemy that GW doesn't care about.
There you go, that's better.
Because I'm not even a Marine player, or even when I do play, I don't play Marines, and I don't play Chaos or anything, and even I think Chaos are underrepresented. I so rarely see Chaos.
Like, if the range was so much cooler for Chaos, I would build and paint them. But I don't think there's a single miniature out there for Chaos that makes me super psyched to paint because the rest of the
Yeah.
range is just so shit.
But that's the thing. Like back in third edition, like the Chaos Marines that I used to see back then, it was just like, oh, what? How can we make? It was like if you were looking at collecting, it was like, I kind of like Space Marines, but I want something that looks a bit cooler. And it's like, okay, what about heavy metal Gothic Space Marines that don't follow the Emperor and worship demons? Yeah, okay, yeah, I'll have that.
Right.
And now they're just like, oh, what can I do instead of Space Marines? They're like, oh,
Tyranids.
Tyranids, Imperial Guard. Well, what about Chaos? Oh yeah, they exist as well, I guess. It's like, oh okay.
Swiggy, I did my attempt at non-metallic metal. It's bad. But I did do glazing successfully, but failure on non-metallic metal. I like the World Leaders, they look cool, unless you're talking about regular Chaos Space Marines. That's kind of what we're talking about. We're talking about just like, in general, like the whole range for Chaos. Like their new Defiler model is really cool. That's one miniature.
Yeah.
One miniature.
I mean, and as far as your attempt at non metallic metal, like anyone who can achieve that deserves like massive congratulations, because I have tried that. It is one of the few painting schemes I have actually looked up tutorials for, and I still cannot do it.
It's not an easy thing to achieve. But practice makes perfect, as all things.
Well, there's a guy I saw online who did an entire army of Tyranids, and they look like mirrors.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, he did like one of his big Tyranids in its carapace. He's painted like a desert scene that is on his base, but he's like painted like a desert dune in front of it onto the mirrored Tyranid. It looks ridiculous.
It's kind of cool.
It
About
looks so cool.
About the painting style, not necessarily the nid.
Let's see if I can find it. I keep seeing him pop up on TikTok, and it's just like, what the fuck? I think I'll probably even send you a video or two of it.
Well, yeah, exactly, Frankie. That's kind of the general consensus at the moment.
Yeah, I did. I'll send it. I'll put it in the Discord.
All right.
And I'll just save the pictures rather than posting the video, because I know not everyone wants to bother going to look at a video. I would, if my phone would stop being a jerk for 1 minute. Yeah, those aren't mine, but those are the mirrored Tyranids. I wish I could paint that well.
I'll check them out in a minute, mate. I'm doing the tedious edge highlighting at the moment.
Mm-hmm. I need to get some pigment powder.
Oh.
Yeah, I saw someone use pigment powder to do like mud and dirt and texture on like their minis bases,
Uh-huh.
like on them as well. So it just looks like proper mud and stuff. It came out really well.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
Oh, that's
Look at
really
that.
cool.
the face on picture looks so good.
Oh my god, that's great.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. That guy is really good at what he does, but I also hate him.
Yes, I love your work, but fuck you, you dickhead.
That looks amazing. Fuck you.
Wow, that looks awesome.
Yeah. I was just like, what?
I like Chaos Knight resin model, but I have trouble justifying the price. Yeah, some of the Chaos Knights look pretty cool. Damn, that's a cool bug. I want to paint a glitter boy from Rifts like that one day. Do it! Glitter bugs! Maybe
I
we
just
should
think
make
it's
that like
so-
a friendly competition. Just a friendly competition in the Discord. The glitter bugs. Who can make the best looking glitter bug?
I just like the fact that guy in his shoulder plates has painted just the hill. I'm just like, what the fuck?
Or not even glitter bug, just like the best glitter model. Because maybe not everyone's got a Tyranid to work on. I'd be going out and buying like all the candy pinks and, you know, glitter effects. The guys at the hobbying shops would be like, what the fuck are you doing?
I have the Vallejo metal medium that makes everything sparkle.
That'd be a fun little project for everyone to do.
And then see how many people keep them and how many people bathe them in spirits.
Yeah,
Get rid of
it's
them
like, okay, little
afterwards.
competition's done, but so that nobody else has proof, I'm going to delete the picture I posted of it and drown this motherfucker in methylated spirit. And leave him there long enough so that he melts.
This little fucker will become sprue goo. Right, I am going to disappear because I have work at 7 in the morning.
Alright, mate, no stress.
I'm not looking forward to my 11-hour shift.
I can imagine. I'm not up much longer anyway. I've got to finish this little bit off and then I'm going to bed myself, I think.
Alright, man.
Alright,
I'll talk
mate.
to you later.
I'll see you in a bit. Bye!
Bye.
And now you're stuck with little old me. And my terrible camera angles. There we go, that'll do for that guy. But yeah, no, that was a cool bug. That was really awesome. Do 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 do. Actually, I'm not sure if I'm gonna go to bed after this or if I'm gonna play some video games. I haven't played any video games the whole weekend. I wouldn't even know what I would play, to be honest. What's everyone else up to this evening? Better than I could do. What, the bug? Yeah, he did say it's not his work. It's somebody he saw on TikTok. But I have no doubt in my mind that if anyone practices enough, they can achieve the same thing or better. Which is why I'm going to be taking the time to practice doing Space Marine heads. I'm going to get a whole bunch of my spare Space Marine heads. I'm going to stick them on sub-assembly sticks. And I'm going to crank out a couple of them until I'm satisfied that I can do Space Marine heads properly. Not tonight. That's not happening tonight. No chance. But soon. Because I don't want to do Calgar or Titus, Lieutenant Titus that being, before I can actually achieve proper looking faces. So it'll be an interesting challenge, and I just know if I practice enough, I could probably get it down. I mean, it's going to take a lot of practice, but I'm willing to go through the work to be able to achieve a good result. Actually, before I do the bolt gun, is there another one? No, there's not. Okay. Oh, the camera angle. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. No, my camera angles are crappy. What are you talking about? Wilson Family Jewelry, planning a Chaos Army. I might just 3D resin print stuff as the Chaos Marine range is pitiful. Yeah, I don't blame you, dude. My only issue with that is I couldn't use it on tabletop games at my local Games Workshop because they don't allow 3D printed miniatures to be played in their shop. So I couldn't use 3D prints. I mean, if I eventually manage to get enough money for a printer and all that jazz, then I would probably just sit here and paint them on the channel. But I could never field them on the tabletop. Right. Who else needs their leather? No, you're done. And you've got brown leather, so you're different. Okay, that's all that done. Oh, stretch. Have I got any coffee left? Woo, one mouthful. Oh, dear. This guy's probably dried by now. Gonna need a few layers of white, that is, because that is not covering that very well at all. Right, that means we'll have to go over with the Apothecary White again, so that's not so bright compared to the rest of the wrist mount, but never mind. You're only at 895 points, so it'll be a bit... Wait, what? Hang on, let me go back up. I think I missed something. Frankie saying you do not have a gaming club or other space with tables. You don't like playing at the GW store anymore. No, in my city, the only place you can play any sort of tabletop is at the Games Workshop, which only allows Warhammer-related games with no 3D printed models. There was another place on like the main street of my city where I live called Geek Retreat, where you could go for like D&D, whatever. You could play whatever you wanted tabletop related, anything you could think of, but that closed down a little while ago. So the only other place left to play anything is Games Workshop now. So this is why I don't have a wide variety of miniatures that are not Games Workshop related, because I do want to play with my toy soldiers on the table, and the only way I get to do that is if it's Warhammer of some way, shape, or form. Otherwise, I would have painted up... Yeah, I would have painted up far more Star Wars Legion. Because I'd love to play more Star Wars Legion. You know, I'd have such big armies for the factions, it would be crazy. Loads of droids, Empire troops, rebels. Maybe not so many rebels, they're my least favorite faction for the tabletop. But loads of clone troopers, and... Oh, I'd love to paint them, dude. So much Star Wars Legion, it would be insane. Especially with all the new sculpts. And them getting the Mandalorian battle force. Oh, my Mandos. But, can't play with them, so I don't see the pressing need right now. Go, that'll do. But yeah, that's the problem there, Frankie. You know what would be cool? Grey Knights combined with the Legion of the Damned. I'd had an idea for that army for a bit, but I really want to do it. I have a rule that I must get to 1,000 points of guard before starting a new army. Yeah, I'm kind of the same thing. If I can get to 1,000 points worth in an army, I can then go start on a new one. So I'm of a similar mindset for that. Yeah, Frankie, it is what it is, though, dude. Unfortunately, it is what it is. You should open your own store. Dude, even if I wanted to, I couldn't afford to. And two, I have never seen a hobbying store of any kind in my city survive. Because they just can't make money. Obviously, Games Workshop survives because it's Games Workshop. But I've never seen another one survive long enough. I just don't know how they'd make money, because a lot of the players in my city, which was with the problem with Geek Retreat, right? The reason they shut down is most of the players that went there were like D&D guys, Magic the Gathering. There were the few Warhammer games going on in there. One time I went in, I did see a guy playing X-Wing, of all games. I saw a guy with his mate playing X-Wing, which is really cool to sit back and watch. And they were super friendly. I was like, hey guys, I've only ever seen this on YouTube. Is it alright if I just grab a coffee and sit over here and watch you guys? And they were like, yeah, sure. You know, so they were super friendly, but everyone had their own models already. Everyone had the cards they wanted for Magic the Gathering. Everyone already had their own stuff for D&D. Like, the stuff that the Geek Retreat did sell just weren't needed. Everyone already had their own stuff. They just want to come in and play. Which I get. I totally understand it. That's the problem with the hobbying shop. Let's say, for example, guys, right? Let's say I was to open up a hobbying store and I managed to get a whole bunch of tables where people can come in and play whatever the fuck they want to, you know, and somehow I managed to get stock in of certain games and products so that people can potentially buy. How would I make enough money to keep the place open and still be able to afford to pay myself and at least one or two other members of staff? That's the problem. Like, Geek Retreat sold, like, coffees and snacks and drinks and stuff, but most people would come in with their own. I just don't see how you'd make the money. Unless you charged some sort of entry fee for people to play, I just don't see how you'd make the money. No, this is way too big of a brush for this. I'm thinking of doing Star Wars. I love weathering, chipping, and scratching Star Wars models. Love that used to look... Yeah, especially the clone troopers. They take weathering and chipping and stuff very well. Stormtroopers as well. That whole sort of thing, yeah. Okay, it did not turn out to be the green I thought it was, that's fine. It's pretty much the same stuff as Tesseract Glow. It's gonna need a few layers to get over that red though, isn't it? That red's very strong. Unless we have it some kind of fake OSL. But what do you think, guys? How could a hobbying store survive? Unless you started charging admission for people to play, I don't see how you could. Oh, didn't do the white on that one. Never mind. Ah! I dropped it. Like, the idea of having my own hobby store would be really cool. But I'd never get any hobbying of my own done unless I sat there in my own shop hobbying. I'd never get any work done. I do want to design my own tabletop game, though. With a full set of miniatures, etc. I do want to design my own game, but I have to learn about model sculpting and stuff, and I need to learn about certain tabletop rules and come up with some lore, so there's at least a little bit of lore for the game. And then I have to learn about balancing, tabletop balancing. Once I have some models and stuff, and I have a miniature range, at least a basic range set up initially, I then need to demo the game with some people, so they can sit and play it a couple of rounds, and they can tell me what works, what doesn't work. This is too powerful, this is too weak for the concept, blah blah blah. Work out the kinks. But yeah, I'd love to make my own miniature tabletop game. Because I've had a look, and stuff are similar, but not the same as what I want to go for. Oh, that doesn't have an optic. Oh no, his antenna's come off. That's not going to do. We need to put that antenna back on. So nobody's really done what I want to do, which is great. So I might be able to make my own tabletop game one day. Probably not. I mean, let's face it, it's me. I'll probably never get around to doing it, but I wouldn't mind being able to do my own one day. Right, I need to glue that guy's fucking bit back on. You know, bolters having hot rod flames has to be one of my favorite old hammer things. Nice. Hot rod flame bolt guns. Don't even know how we snap that off. I think the glue's dried too much on the inside here. It's the thing I hate about these bottles. Now, before anyone says the lid is still on, I know the lid is still on, but this one is more of a, there's a hole in the top of the lid here, and it comes out the hole, but I think the glue's all dried up in the passage, so I might just have to take the lid off, if I can. Come on, you bastard. Nope, I don't think I can. My hands are not strong enough for it today. Never mind. Right, I'll try some good old Tamiya. It's probably just going to snap off again at some point, but never mind. Right. This is Tamiya, right? No. Yes, yes it is. It would have to be a gaming center rather than a store. Different areas for model games and card games and charge admission for games. Check out Zorp Hammer. He does a tabletop version of Dawn of War. Yes, I've seen some of his stuff. He's really cool. Swiggy's saying, do tell, please. Nah, I'm not going to mention anything about my idea or my concept. It's too early days, and I don't have like a really solid vision for it yet. I have a general concept of what I'd like to try and do, but it's still way too early days for me to really be talking about it properly. I mentioned it to Strand, and he said it's okay. He didn't seem particularly enthusiastic about it. So I think it might be one of the more niche ideas. Right. What more details do I want to do tonight before I call it quits? I think the skeleton horde needs another once over on the purity seals. Let me go grab that. You need some tips because you're hoping to make your own wargame, already got the rules ready and somewhat balanced. Okay, that's interesting, dude. You're already a step ahead of me, dude. I need to learn how to design miniatures in the 3D format. I need to learn how to do all of that and sculpt them. Then I need to print them off, and I've got a whole process I need to go through for mine, dude. But if you've already got your own rules and everything ready, you're a mile ahead of me. I haven't even gotten that far. All I thought of was a general idea of something I would love to play for tabletop. Because it doesn't really exist. And I came up with an idea. Then again, it is just a rough idea. But let's just say, to the people I've mentioned it to, it hasn't been a particularly overwhelming feedback sort of thing. Which is a shame. So, a little bit disheartened by that, but never mind. But yeah, I need to learn how to sculpt my own miniatures for that. And actually, I think the hardest process of all of it will be balancing the units. Because obviously you want your game to be balanced, you want people to have fun, you know, you don't want anything to be too overpowered. And all the rest of it. So for me, I think balancing would be the hard part. It's way too much. Whoa. I have a heavy bolter marine with hot rod flames, and it's an old hammer style paint job on a newer marine. Oh man, I need to see that. That'd look cool. He doesn't have any purity seals. Yeah, the bastard for this is going to be doing the decals, I think. I did not have a lot of success with them in the past. I'll put that away. Balanced is... and everything is so OP that if they were about equal in strength, like one shot from an average rifle could kill a good number of different unit types, especially with buffs. It is even worse with the machine guns and revolvers. They have similar rules. Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, I just saw that image pop up. Let me go see.
Look at that guy. Oh, that's cool.
I like that. That's really cool. Ah, dear. Right. Do I want to do any more work on this tonight? Not particularly. I don't think there's much else I can do. Because what I'm going to do with the lieutenant is for his knife. Oh, there it is. For his knife, I want to do like a magma blade, but I'm going to experiment with that off camera so I don't make a boob out of myself on camera. The only other thing that really needs done with these guys now is like the black lines and stuff on the purity seals, the decals, and that's about it. Yeah, that's about it. Like, that's all they really need now. Their purity seals finished off in the decals. What do you guys think about this smoke effect for the smoke grenade? So it's not just pure white anymore. I like that. I mean, I could probably give it more depth and shade and stuff, but the way it is, I like it. I still need to fix this medical device he's got there, because there's a bit too much red where the green bit is. Unless we kind of call that OSL and fake OSL. But, you know, I think I need to do a little bit more with that thing. Yeah. And then obviously he needs his decals and stuff. What red was I using for that? It wasn't Mephiston. I think it was Evil Sun Scarlet, because there's a couple of red bands on the grenades I need to do. Looks nice. Smoke looks good. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that. All it is Apothecary white contrast paint over white. That's all it is. I find like the Apothecary white is an excellent shader for white stuff in general. That's what I used on my 212th Clone Troopers, was Apothecary white to add as a shade, and then I just went back over with my original white on the highlights, and it looked really cool. Well, at least I think it looked cool. I'm not going to show you my Clone Troopers I've done because they were not painted very well. I'm painting a lot better now than I was when I painted those things. But yeah, that's what I did for my... That's what I'm also going to do when I get my new clones and Stormtroopers, is use my Apothecary white as a shader for the white armor. And then just highlight over. Pretty sick. Thanks, man. Now I just need to do some of these red bands I've missed. Without touching his fingies. Get off. Now, there was a Marine somewhere in my lineup that was also missing a red band on one of his grenades. That one. Found her straight away. That was lucky. Get off, man. Okay. Now, one of these guys had a wire as well that I'd missed. There we go. He's got a wire on his under pauldron just there. So that needs to get sorted. Ta-da! Just brighten this red back up a little bit. Why is his reds looking so dark? They weren't even touched with null oil. Let's get that lighter red in there in spots just to give that a little bit more interest. Right. What are we thinking next? Black dots on the purity seals? I need something to drink, but I can't have any more coffee. It's like 11 o'clock at night. Tell you what, I'm gonna go be healthy and I'm gonna go get some water. Whoa. Yeah. We got us the agua. Oh yeah. Right. Just trying to think what else I need to do to these guys. The Phobos Lieutenant still needs work, but he'll be done at another time. He'll be finished at another time. The only other thing these Marines really need is that Purity Seal finished. That's about it, to be honest. And the decals, but I'll do all the decals in a oneer. And I'm not sure if I'll do that on camera. I'm not sure if I will, because I'm not particularly good at doing decals. I mean, it's up to you guys. If you want to see me struggle through it, that's fine. I don't mind. But I will give you a heads up now, I'm not very good at it. Let's get my Vallejo Black. Running it through the vortex mixer. Righty-ho then. Nice small brush. And I'm going to attempt There we go. I just put a series of dots and lines on the purity seals, guys. It's nothing fancy. Doesn't always look good, but you're not really paying too much attention to purity seals anyway. I know some guys are really good at doing purity seals. You can help out with decals. Like I said, mate, I don't really have art coat, man. It's like I was saying earlier. I've got microset and microsaw, which everyone on YouTube keeps talking about. And I don't think I used them... Oh, God, that's way too big of a blodge. God damn it. I don't think I used them particularly properly last time. But my results were okay-ish. Way too much paint coming off this. Oh dear, never mind. But yeah, man, any help is appreciated. Now there's no paint coming off. There's still too much paint on there. Turns out he doesn't have one. Okay, who else does? Not you. Your lack of purity shields disturbs me. That'll do. There you go. Swiggy, a base. It's fine if you don't. What do you mean a base? You don't need hard coat, but it helps. If you've got a cotton bud, it might be enough. Yeah. I've got a whole box of them over there. That's what I was using to softly apply them to the curves of the pauldrons before. I mean, I've got some of them here. I don't think I did particularly bad on the decals. Right. But you can tell that some of them maybe didn't apply as smooth as maybe what those were already etched in. Right, here we go. There's that one. He doesn't get one because he is a different guy. You're a different guy. Didn't show that one yet. So that's the sort of result I got. Here's a good example. You can see a little bit of tearing in this one. Not sure if the light lets you see it properly, but there is a bit of tearing in this one where I transferred it over and it tore a little bit. And then some of my other guys over here. That one went on a bit rough, if I'm honest. This one tore quite a bit transferring over. I mean, you could write it off as like battle damage or something, but that one actually went on fine. That one went on fine. That one didn't need one. So yeah, not all of them were horrible failures, but some of them tore, some of them didn't apply flat. You know, it was quite an ordeal to get some of those done. Do you know what? On the next live stream, guys, I think we'll be able to finish up the Phobos Lieutenant and maybe get started on the tank. Because apart from the decals and the rim on the base, apart from the Lieutenant, those are done. They just need decals and a rim on the base. I'm not sure what else I can actually do to those. I'm going to try and maybe apply a couple more layers of green on this bulb sort of thing on his medical device. But I don't think there's much else I can really do to them. I think they're pretty done. You can just be some fake OSL. It's fine. It's whatever. Yeah, I think they're fine. I mean, you guys would probably cover them in battle damage and all the rest of it, but I need to look up a few videos before I start dabbling with battle damage. That I will try and do on the stream, so you guys can try and guide me, direct me properly on camera. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with what I've done with those. They just need their decals and their rims done. He needs his knife done. What else does he need done? His knife, decal. He needs his little base thing here done. The thing he's standing on needs to be done. So, knife, decals, base, rim, and then his leathers need to be finished. Actually, have I got time? What time is it? 11. How long have I been streaming for? Just 4 hours. Do I want to do that tonight? Or do I want to do it tomorrow? Let me check my guide real quick. Let me just pause the music and see what colors he was using.
Where do you
Yeah. Can I mute you,
where do
sir?
you think the
I can. There we go. What colors are you using for that? Mornfang, okay. Let's see. That's not bad at all. Maybe it was someone else that was looking for decal help then. No, it was definitely me. It was definitely me. Nothing a touch up or, yeah, battle damage wouldn't fix right up. Yeah, I mean, the tears on those, decals I did before, you could easily write off as like battle damage if I did damage to the rest of the armor. Get Shimon Fang. Right, I'm going to try a few layers of this. Thankfully, it's just on the one miniature. Let's see how well this turns out. And the great thing about this is I don't actually need that much paint. At all. I don't think Mornfang is the next step for this. No, it is Mornfang. Okay. Fuck me, I guess. That's the problem with knocking the camera. It knocks it a fair bit off where I'm recording. Got some in his armor. Wash that off his armor. And all I'm doing is glazing it up. Slowly and steady. Thankfully, it's nice and warm in here, where it's drying pretty quick. But yeah, I think I'm gonna have to retire that original flagship brush we were using, guys. I think it's had its day. It has served me well. Now we'll just use it as like a brush for glue or something. Still has a use, just not for painting. I don't know if you can see what I'm doing here, guys, but I am slowly building up a leather texture around the leather pouches. It's going to take some doing. It's going to take me a while to pull off the effect I want, but it is just glazing Mornfang. I'm pretty sure XV88 was the final color. Yep. And this is more of a highlight. Like an edge highlight. More traditional thing. That needs some serious mixing. Yeah, when it comes to doing my next project though, guys, for that tank, I will take any and all advice you guys want to shoot at me for that transport, because I haven't a Scooby-Doo what to do after the base layers. I think the transport is definitely going to need some battle damage on it to make it look cool. Should be nice and mixed now. Yes, sir. Or I could just smash my fucking miniature. Dickhead. Right. Yeah, because I definitely think our next stream for this, whenever that may be, I've got a very busy week ahead of me, guys. So whenever my next stream is, we're finishing off the Phobos Lieutenant. I'm moving on to that transport. got one final thing to do. If I can find it. Where is it? Nope. There it is. I'm just going to give it a wash of snakebite leather. Not a very thick one, not a very generous one, just a small wash of snakebite. Just to exaggerate some of those highlights. I think those frontal pouches could have used a better highlight, to be fair. Right, let that dry for a sec. It's blended the colors I want, but I still want a rough leather look on that still. And that needs a bit more XV88 on it. So I'll let that dry for a sec. So yeah, I haven't really got any idea what I'm going to do for this transport. What I'm probably going to do, guys, is I'm going to go over it with Macragge Blue, with the airbrush, right? I don't mind going over the metals. I can easily do the metals again. But I'm going to go over it again with Macragge Blue, because this was only primed blue. So I'm going to give it a base coat. I'm going to give it a dusting first, holy shit, of Macragge Blue. And then I have no idea what I'm going to do apart from put the metals back on. Haven't the idea. I wonder if it's worth trying to replicate the same blue I did on my, the rest of my Marines. I don't know. Maybe I'll use my Techless blue on some of the highlighted areas. I really don't know. Yeah, this thing would benefit from a lot of battle damage, but the cool thing is on the inside here, there's a lot of little details I can paint that are going to be a real pain in the ass. You know, there's the roof bit. See if that comes out there. Come at you. So yeah, there's this roof bit that kind of goes on here somewhere. There we go. So that would normally glue down there. And then the rocket pod goes on top. Like that. But I didn't glue it together like this because I knew I needed to paint some of the inside, so I'll glue that on afterwards. Dear God. Making a nice mess of that. Like a tit. Yeah, there we go. So that will eventually glue on nice and snug there. With a missile pod. But yeah, I have no idea what I'm going to do with this, guys. Fuck off. Stop falling off. I'm going to put this down before I throw it across the room. Stay. Do you know what pre-shading is? I don't think we're thinking of the same thing, so why don't you just tell me? What is pre-shading to you? Because I don't think we're saying the same thing when I think of pre-shading. Because when I think pre-shading, I think Zenithal highlights. I think, like slap chop sort of thing, you know? Okay, so I've completely fucked that bit up. There we go. Spray a dark wash into all the corners and recesses before the base coats. Then spray the base coat and avoid the corners and recesses so the darker shading still shows. Interesting. Ooh, I like that. Thing is though, I'm not sure my airbrush work is going to be... what's the word I'm looking for here? You know, I don't think I'll be able to control the airbrush well enough to avoid those areas, but that's interesting. So when you say like a spraying in a dark wash, are you talking like Null Oil or something and spraying that into each of the corners or because one of the things on my shopping list was get some Tamiya panel liner, but I don't know if that's the same thing you're talking about. But that's an interesting idea. Use Agrax under your reds. So with my blues, what do you think would be a good shade for my blues? But yeah, I'm quite proud with what I've done with this combat patrol so far, guys. So, next step is decals. Finishing his base, but I'm not doing that tonight. Decals, his base, black rims around everything, and then we're done. And then we are done with this combat patrol. Then we move on to that tank. I'll probably do the decals off camera, to be fair. But yeah, I'm not sure what shade you're thinking of for my blues. Drakenhof Nightshade. Oh god, do I have Drakenhof? don't think I do. That's Shish Purple. Tyron Blue. Nagoroth Night. Druchii Violet. Soulblight. Magos Purple. What did you say it was called? Drakenhof Nightshade. Is it a shade color? Is it a shade paint? Because if it is, I don't have it. Vulpes Pink. What's that? Oh, that's Storm Fiend. That's not it. If it's a shade paint, I don't have it, mate. But yeah, man, I'll take a look through my stuff and see what would be appropriate. For as far as like purples for shades, I have Druchii Violet. But I like that idea. So you're saying if I was to, I'll do it all on stream, of course. But you're saying if I was to spray into like the recess areas, one of those paints, and then just like on the main panels do the blues. I like the idea. I think it'll be very interesting. It's a shade, you don't have to use a shade, it's just easier to feather the colors with shades, so you can just use paint. Ah, okay. I see. Alright, man. Well, Frankie, thanks for hanging out towards the end here, bud. And who else we had? We had Swiggy, Peter, Eddie, Strand. Am I missing anyone? We had Kirk Wilson subscribed today. We also had formerly Wilson Family Jewelry. Thanks for hanging out, dude. I think that's everyone. Long Genius as well at the start. We had Jeremy Lyons. Thank you everyone for hanging out on the stream. I am headed out for the evening because I need to do some gaming. I haven't done any gaming this weekend. Bye-bye for now.
In the spotlight, they rise to fame. Finest fellas, remember the name. Guitars blazing, they rock the scene. Streaming glory, living the dream. Charging up, can't bring us down. In the chaos, we're owning this town. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. When metal hearts will never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't die.